Hello everyone.
Hello,
Thank
everyone.
you all for joining us for the second day of the XR Innovation Summit 2023. And we're here again to share some amazing insights, amazing product showcases, and experiences from our keynote speakers and founders. I have my very good friend Jennifer Rogers here with me, and I'll allow Jennifer to say hi to you all. So, Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. Great to see you again. We've got a great lineup today and really looking forward to the speakers. You guys are going to be amazed and inspired by what they have to share with you today.
Yeah, I think the word for today is inspiration, and I feel the lineup for today will be very, very good for our audience. So, if you permit me, I'll be sharing what we'll be having today. So, the theme of the summit is driving innovation and social impact with XR. This is the second edition of the XR Innovation Summit by Immersive Tech Africa. An overview of what we do at Immersive Tech Africa is we're a nonprofit organization based in Africa, trying to support the adoption and democratization of extended reality technology through research, community activities, and also social impact. And this is one of our initiatives, which is the XR Innovation Summit. And we'll be having later on in the year the XR Innovation Launchpad, which is a 10 weeks training program to empower creators and developers on the continent to get started with XR. And moving on, our first keynote session for today is by Dr. Morris from Morehouse College in the United States. She'll be sharing her insight on educational transformation through metaversive teaching and learning, which will be very, very insightful. I'm also looking forward to that. The second session for today is by my very good friend Ahmed from SwiftXR. He'll be sharing his insights on how we can empower web presence with his platform SwiftXR, which is a no-code platform to create AR experiences on the web, and if possible, also VR in the long run. And then Daniel from Ethiopia, also my very good friend and ecosystem partner, he'll be sharing his insight on how we can revive cultural heritage with XR technology, a path to sustainable development. I know Daniel will also be showcasing some amazing projects they have done so far in the cultural space in Ethiopia with the fusion of XR. And then we'll be having Derek from Euphoria Labs. He'll be sharing how we can unlock the power of AR virtual try-ons and also empower brands to boost sales and engagement online. So basically how maybe brands in the fashion space can leverage AR to showcase their products and services through virtual try-ons. It will be a very, very engaging topic for those that are into small-scale businesses and possibly big brands. And then a very interesting topic, Web3 meets nursing by Elena. I'm also looking forward to this. It's basically how the nursing industry or the nursing space can fuse emerging technologies, especially in education and training. And Jacob will be sharing their own experiences in terms of Wally Visual and what they are doing so far in Africa with XR for good. So please look forward to this amazing session by Jacob. And then Tosan from MTN Nigeria will be sharing her insights on connectivity as a catalyst, leveraging telecommunication technologies for XR innovation and social impact. And then the last session for today will be by Sikar on XR for all, Nintendo philosophy applied. Right, so looks like a very, very good lineup for today, and we can't wait to see what the keynote speakers have to share. And also, if you have any questions, any feedback for any of the speakers, feel free to share it in the comment section on either LinkedIn, Twitter, or YouTube, right? And we will definitely share it with the speakers and make sure they've also answered. Jennifer, do you have any thoughts?
Like I said, I'm just really excited and looking forward to everything that everyone's going to share today. Obviously, from my perspective, and in IEEE perspective as well, we talked about this yesterday. We're really looking at advancing technology for humanity. I love all of the content that speakers have to share today because it's all about the ways in which we use this amazing tech to provide opportunities for people. So really looking forward to the day and looking forward to the conversations that we'll have with our speakers.
Great. So if you are watching us, please tell us where you're watching us from any country in the world. Drop it in the chat. We'd love to share that on the stream. I see that this stream is being watched by everybody around the world. I think we have Dr. Morris in the background. If she's ready for us, I'll be adding her to the stream. And so please permit me.
There she is.
Hi,
Hello.
guys.
Hi.
Hi, hi, how are
So
you?
great to see you today.
It's wonderful to be seen and great to see you all too. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, thank you. So I was wondering if you're ready to share your thoughts, insight, and experience on how we can leverage XR for education, and also transform the way students learn in and outside of the classroom.
Absolutely. So I'm ready to go when you are. Just cue me up.
We're ready for you.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to share my screen with you all now.
Fantastic. And while you're doing that, I can see some of our colleagues letting us know they're
We
joining us
have,
from Nigeria, from Senegal.
we
Um,
have
we've got lots of people online today ready to hear what you have to share with us.
yeah. So I'm
So
adding
we
your
should be
screen.
plugged in. Can you all see me? Can you
Looks
Yes,
see
great.
the beginning of the screen?
yes, we can.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, thank
So
you, Arome and Jennifer. Oh, is it my turn yet?
yes,
It's my turn. Okay, very
You
good.
take the stage. We're going to disappear, and this is all you.
have fun.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having me here today. I appreciate just the love and the support that has been shown around the world for the work that has been done and is being done at Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States of America. We are leading the world when it comes to metaversive teaching and learning, what that looks like and what that means in higher education and how that's going to actually transform the educational system. So today, I'm going to talk to you all about the transformative power of metaversive teaching and learning and where that has a place in the field of education. Right now, we're at the precipice of an extraordinary era, one where virtual reality, augmented reality, and the metaverse, along with all of the other things, the AI, the machine learning, the Internet of Things, and all of the other emerging technologies, have all converged to revolutionize the way that we educate and empower our learners. So, education, we know, has always been a cornerstone of progress as well as societal development. It has the power to uplift individuals, bridge divides, and shape the future. However, traditional educational systems have often struggled to keep pace with the rapid advancements of the digital age. And we find ourselves at this very critical juncture where we must reimagine education to meet the evolving needs of our learners and prepare them for the challenges of tomorrow. And that is exactly what we're doing at Morehouse College. So, hello, everyone. I am Dr. Messina Morris. And I always start with this because this was always my inspiration for going into education. I am one of four children. My first brother was born normal, was a child prodigy, and had meningitis at the age of 4, and it left him brain damage. So, this is Gordy. You see his young picture right before he was taken sick, and then you see him after he had been dealing with his illness for quite some time. But he was 8 years old when I was born, so I never knew the Gordy to the far left. And this is me and my mother. My mother is my champion, and she is someone who stressed education even when she wasn't quite sure what our futures behold. But she also named me Messina, which means beneficent. And I am here to share with you all a little bit about why sometimes for me it is more important that you call me Messina than you call me doctor, because while doctor is something that I accomplish, Messina is somebody who I embody, and I think that I do embody all of the things that my name means, which is kind, charitable, good doer of God, and beneficent. My faith is my cornerstone and is the driving force for my life. So I'm going to share with you a little video so that you can have a visual of what we're doing at Morehouse and what I've done in my career in education. As a child, I had these big, grandiose ideas of being someone that was going to change people's lives. My oldest brother had meningitis at the age of 4, and it left him brain damage. It was difficult being a sibling to a special needs child. So my imaginative play was always, how can I find a cure for my brother? That led me down a pathway through science, and I discovered chemistry. As a biomolecular chemist and metaversity director at Morehouse College, I am really an integrative chemist. That means that I will use any type of instrument, software, technology to solve a problem. Hi, good afternoon. When the MetaQuest 2 came out, we had an opportunity to demo a synchronous learning campus, and that totally transformed the way that we teach. We have a digital twin of our chemistry lab, which is really cool because they can start the experiment in virtual reality and just walk through all of the steps that it would take to be effective in the lab. You learn how to grab the spheres, yes. They could hold a molecule in their hand, or they could make it as large as the room and walk the bond. And so bringing that molecular world to life redefined how students actually accepted the information because they could visualize it. Norman, I'm about to join you. No longer can you go back to just sitting in a lecture hall and disseminating information to students. Students want an opportunity to engage with the material. High five me. You felt that? Yeah. Isn't that cool? Right? Virtual reality really lowers the barriers to getting the type of education that you deserve but may not have access to, and completely change the education game. That's cool. So that's a little bit about me, but what I'm really here to talk to you all about is what I have coined opportunistic reality. I know there's a lot of alphabet soup. You've heard about extended reality since this summit has started. So I know that I don't have to take you through all of it, but I coined the term opportunistic reality to describe exactly all of what this opportunity has presented for us in the education space. And I say it's opportunistic reality because we've combined the power of extended reality with education in order to help students chart their pathway to success in this $1.5 trillion industry, which is now, from what I'm understanding, and the numbers have moved, it's still in the trillions, but we're now at $30 trillion, right? And so, how do we get our young people to be able to access this opportunity to reimagine who they can be in the world? And it's important for me as an educator to make sure that I am evangelizing the opportunities of lifelong learning, not just for educators, but also for our young people, also for our elders, for everyone, because this is a shared experience. We are in this new industrial revolution, right? This fourth iteration of what is to be our world. And it's really important that the future of our world understands their place and how to leverage these extended reality technologies in order to provide a better opportunity for themselves, but also for their community. So I stand here as one, but honestly, I represent a multitude of people. I actually sit here or stand here as many. So I am a biomolecular chemist by training, and I am an educator by trade. I have been doing this for well over 20 years in chemistry as well as in education. I'm the Vulcan Award winner for Morehouse College for 2021. We run an award winning program. We won the T Mobile Unconventional Innovation Award. We won the HBCU Emerging Technology Award. I am also the 2022 Educator of the Year for STEM Women Atlanta. I'm a wife. I have 5 sons, ages 27 to 6. So I have raised young men that are out in the world living the dream of what pouring into young people that love technology can do for you. My oldest son is a UI UX designer, but an electrical engineering by trade. My second son is a cybersecurity specialist. The third son, he's a scholar athlete, but he's also into tech. My fourth son, he's on the autism spectrum and he's an author, but his next book is about how he can teach technology. And the last son, he calls himself a VR master. So I'm just saying, I have all of these children with different purposes, but I'm advocating for their place in this world, and I want to do the same for you. I'm on the Futurist Council and Advisory Council member for the Future of XR, but I'm also on the Community Advisory Council for Autism Speaks because I want to advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves. I do research. All of my research is about inclusiveness in STEM. And these are more accolades about me, but this is less about me and more about what you're going to do. If you want to see our results and what we have done, please click the link on Victory XR site, who are our EdTech partners. They have done phenomenal work with us. And I always tell people, if you want to really, eh, really see the genius of what's happening at HBCUs, at schools around the country, be a partner, a purposeful partner, just like Victory XR is. Help us build the metaverse table in the right way. So I am a woman professor. They call me Dr. Mom. I always say, as long as it stands for something. And for my students, that means molder of minds. The new one that they've come up with is mother of the metaverse. I really like that one too. But I'm committed to building spaces that students are comfortable with inhabiting, especially our underrepresented students in tech. So our future leaders actually deserve access to this type of technology. And it's important for me to come and give these talks and to draw you all in because we need collaborators who are going to help us rewrite the narrative for people, young Black men especially those that are matriculating through trying to get a higher education. What is their place in this world? We don't want just a seat at any old table. I want them to be able to build the table in the metaverse and do it authentically. So, education in the metaverse is taking off, and we are part of the early adopters, the innovators, right? And I'm trying to make sure that everybody in the globe understands that they also have a place in the education that is happening and will happen in the metaverse. So, as Generation X, which I am a facilitator as well as an innovator. But then we have our next generation of millennials and generation Gen Z, Gen Y that are innovators slash creators. And then we have our generation alpha babies that are going to be early adopters. And we need to make sure that this is built right. That if we're going to replicate anything that in this new understanding of what the world is going to be in the embodiment of the internet, that we do it right and that we don't leave anyone behind. So if you don't know about Morehouse College, it's a private historically Black men's liberal arts college in Atlanta, Georgia. It's one of the largest men's liberal arts college in the United States. It's the alma mater of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as well as entertainment icons like Spike Lee and Samuel L. Jackson. Morehouse alumni, who are known as Morehouse men, are notorious for being first in many different arenas, including science, academia, business, and entertainment. Morehouse entered the metaverse in the spring of 2021. And we started off teaching three courses. These three courses were biology, which focused on men's health, history, our world history class, and my advanced inorganic chemistry course. We also did cross disciplinary lessons. Victory XR, who are our EdTech partners, built a digital twin of Morehouse's campus. This was really important, and people don't really often see the exact why digital twins are important. But it was important for our students, especially during the pandemic, to have a place where they felt like they also belonged. We're already using emerging and new technology. They were already going to be entering into a space that was unfamiliar to them and that was unfamiliar to us. But the key thing was that they had a space that they knew that they belonged in, where they could see images of themselves represented in. And that's why it was important for us to have a digital twin. Our partners in this virtual reality project are Victory XR, and I've mentioned them several times, but I continue to mention them because it's going to take purposeful partners to be able to pull it all together. And in order for you to ideate on what makes your institutional metaverse culture its own. You have to start with the mission and vision statements of your institution. You need to make sure that you're mapping metaverse goals to your institutional strategic plan. You need to engage the UN sustainable goals. That's why they are there. But you need to do a complete wraparound and initially understand what your own institution's culture is outside of adding any emerging technologies to it. Then you want to identify your innovative faculty members. You want to find those people who are unafraid of failing forward. We all need to know that this is a moment where we can build exactly what we want to see in the world. And so, how can we make sure that we have this catch net, this safety net where faculty members can fail forward? And then how do you incentivize the development of this pilot? How do you support grant writing? How can you get certified? What do you do? And how can you then like now implement your plan in a few courses that you know will make a market difference in the lives of your students? For me, as a chemist, it was students can't see the molecular world. While I might daydream and see molecules, everyone doesn't. And so, in order to increase the visual spatial intelligence of our young people, I needed to make sure that they could see molecules. And everything that we do is tied back to student learning outcomes. So, we don't change the way that we implement. This is a new modality. Metaversive teaching and learning is just new. The implementation plan of building virtual campus and classrooms, also building virtual labs and simulations, but most importantly, making sure that you are collaborating and networking. Feel free to reach out to me to help move the needle for your institution, for what you're trying to do, or if you're just trying to build in some type of emergent structure. These are just snapshots of some of our classes that you can kind of see where our students are learning on in different spaces. This is my chemistry course. This is our world history course where students are able to actually engage in like a World War II battle. Here's our men's health course. Students have a barbershop model. They have their own barbershop. They get a chance to go into a doctor's office and understand how to be so that they can get rid of white coat syndrome and actually take care of themselves and understand their own bodies. We also do cross disciplinary work, so giving them a real world emphasis to actually pay attention to make sure that we're cementing all of this good knowledge that we're giving them. But most importantly, at Morehouse, we deal with a culturally responsive pedagogy. We want to make sure that we are empowering our students intellectually, socially, emotionally, and politically. And we want to make sure that these cultural references actually impart knowledge, skills, and attitudes to create an inclusive and equitable learning community for them. So we use the Engage platform. We also use Victory XR's platform, XR Labs. And I'm not going to show our trailer, but I do want to show you our student achievement. Students have achieved more using virtual reality as the classroom. So that's what I want you to understand is that students in virtual reality performed 11.9% better than they did in face-to-face and online courses. And that's important because at the end of the day, we want our students to outperform what our last modality provided for them. And that's what we've done. But don't just do academic courses. Do metaverse experiences like we have. We've done commencement, we've done candles in the dark galas, we've done fundraising galas, we've done meditation Mondays with our students. This is them meditating in space. We're allowing them a space to work on their own mental health because young Black men don't often get an opportunity to do that. But in this shared virtual reality space, we are able to transcend the limitations of physical classrooms. And that's what's really important. We also do other work in the community at other schools, working on educator well being and mental health as a way to correlate that to student achievement. Most importantly, what we do gives agency. Agency is an individual's capacity to determine and make meaning from their environment through purposive consciousness, and reflective and creative action. That's what we are hoping for all students and students around the world. That's why opportunistic reality is so important. That's why charting your pathway of success is super important. And it's more important than anything for us to build the table. This is my team, and I call them the ultimate team because they are virtual reality pioneers. They are laying the groundwork, creating the framework, and allowing us to be the blueprint by which all other schools are coming behind and doing the work. So I am grateful to be a part of wonderful Morehouse professors, scholars, our young scholars who are also a part of our team. Thank you, Aron, for bringing me here today to talk at the XR Innovation Summit. I am grateful for purposeful partnerships with all of these tech companies that you see and for the support of HYR Productions in creating these videos for us and crafting them. Our president, David Thomas, and Kendrick Brown, our provost, and my own company, Metaverse United, where we help people find where they belong in the embodiment of the internet called the metaverse. You can find me if you're interested in becoming a collaborator at unitethemetaverse.com, and my email address is also here. But I urge you to come and build the metaverse table with me. Imagine geography is no longer a barrier. Students can embark on immersive virtual field trips to ancient civilizations. And in this metaversive realm, learning becomes an adventure. This is an enabler of our students. So please don't overlook this unprecedented opportunity to revolutionize education as we know it. Embracing the metaverse and the metaverse of teaching and learning, we can create a future where education is immersive, inclusive, and empowering. So let's seize this opportunity to shape a world where every learner, regardless of their background, can unlock their full potential and contribute to a brighter tomorrow. After all, humanity simply cannot wait. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much. What an inspiring presentation. We said this at the beginning of our time together today that you were going to be inspired. If you didn't believe us, you believe us now. Lucina, thank you so much for being here and for sharing. It's amazing what you all are
Listen,
doing.
it's always an honor. I can't say that this work is without challenge, but what I can say is that there's so much genius to unlock in the world. And I'm asking everyone, please join us. Do not be afraid. One, we need you. We need your voices to be heard. And we're excited
Mm,
about where this is going. So thank you for allowing me to present today.
thank you so much. That was very, very inspiring. Right. I have two questions. I don't know if Jennifer also have a question.
Please go ahead, Romy.
Okay, the initiative is amazing, right? And in terms of replication to other regions of the world where access to hardware might be a problem, right? What are your thoughts or suggestions on how it can be replicated on a smaller scale and the impact can also be felt the same way you guys have it in the States?
To be quite honest, I really fervently believe that it just takes one. Just takes one
Mm,
piece of hardware. It just takes one of these headsets. And we can join together to write grants and programs. That's what I do. I help get this hardware in the hands of the people who need it the most. And that's what's really important. A lot of times we just don't know how to leverage our capabilities as academics. And Africa is rich in resources in terms of the talent, the opportunity, but we do need tech companies to come into the space and make sure that connectivity is not an issue, to make sure that we're working with the best of technology. But I am always of the mind that if it exists in the world, we can make it be. And if it exists in our minds, we can manifest it into this world, but it takes a champion, it takes a pioneer. And I'm okay with getting my feet wet and getting my hands a little dirty to roll up my sleeves and help get it accomplished because I think it's so necessary. And we're going to miss out on so much um, that can move the needle forward for the world if we don't start going into different areas, rural areas, finding this untapped talent and bringing them to where they need to be. And exposure is key. That's why I said it just really takes one headset. I could fundraise that for you overnight and gift that to you and make sure that at least there's one person that has it because I know that it takes a village for anything to get accomplished, but that once there's one in one particular area, it can be used for many different purposes. So it just takes one.
Indeed, it just takes one, like you said. So thank you for that answer to the question. My second question is, as an educator, I know adopting technologies can be amazing, but also at the same time can be stressful, right? And I know on the stream we have a couple of educators watching and trying to see how they can jump into XR or jump into AI, right? What are your thoughts on suggestions on how they can take it step by step, if I must say, or thoughts or suggestions on how educators around the world can leverage emerging tech on their own terms and run
Right.
with it?
I always say become that when I say become that lifelong learner, I mean it. When I tell you this, the pretty pictures that you see now, that's post production. It was not that cute to begin with, okay? It wasn't that easy to get into it. I have fallen asleep more times than I can tell you in this very headset, right? This headset is dirty, it's grimy. I have to take the straps off and wash it. Like it gets some real hours, right? But don't be afraid to fail forward. Don't be afraid to be in your own scholarship and say, you know what? I am researching, I'm exploring, I'm figuring it out. I am documenting all of the challenges that have come up for me as a person, and then I'm sharing them with the world. Because it's not that people don't want to use the technology, they just don't see how it's going to fit in the script of what they're already doing. And so I tell people all the time, don't be afraid. We tell our students, study, 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 study to show yourself approved. Make sure to whom much is given, much is required. We have all these quotes for students. What about us? Change that back to you, educator, and do the dirty work, the grimy work. Just study one thing. You don't have to know everything about all the things. Just find your little niche, find a place that you like. You like Chat GPT, go on there and become your own prompt engineer. Go on there and figure out ways in which you can come up with new content, new lessons. Just go and explore. The world is waiting for you. When I say humanity can't wait, it can't wait for you as an educator, you as an innovator, you as a creative to figure out, am I afraid to let the world see that it's not all the way perfect and polished? You'll be surprised. People are hungry for just you to make the first step so that they can follow behind you. So I'm blazing the trail and making it as wide as possible. People can always reach out to me, unitethemetaverse.com, all of my social links. Reach out to me. That's how you found me, Rome. And I'm here. I show up. So know that I show up. So if I'm telling you to reach out, definitely do that. And I'll provide you with all the supports that you need so that you can move forward.
Great,
I'll
great.
hold your hand.
Sorry, I have to add one more question, right? I guess
Sure.
it's a very important one, right? People are saying the whole metaverse concept is a hype, right? And one of the reasons why we chose the theme for the summit as driving innovation and social impact with XR is because we believe the tech is not just a hype, it's actually been implemented in sectors that are having a very huge impact on, right? So my question is, what are your thoughts on the future of XR in education and in the coming years, where do you see this tech growing or going to, right? And how can those that really want to get started with jump in as soon as possible?
So I hear and see the headlines all the time. The metaverse is dead. Um, and I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I just feel like it was not, okay, let me not say it that way. Um, I believe that education is going to be where XR technologies are adopted and utilized the most. And you're going to get widespread adoption, mass adoption, once you get into the educational system and understand that young people need this technology. They're already there, and you can pull from all the skill sets they already have to help build up and create what you want the metaverse to be. People are looking for a finished project, but it is an iterative, evolving process of technologies coming together and people figuring it out. Before, even with the internet or even with the TV, the radio, you think about all of these, there were people behind the scenes that then put out a finished, polished product. But the TV didn't stay the same black and white TV with the antenna, right? We It evolved. There were iterations of it. You had the color TV, then you had cable that hooked up to the back of the TV. Oh, now we need this kind of cable. Now we need this kind of technology. Now we have satellites. Now we have so the technology evolves. And once people get into their minds, oh, we're at the beginning of this thing. We're at the very beginning of what the metaverse is supposed to be. So that's why I need to jump in now. Yes, it's a bit frustrating. Yes, it's a bit tedious. No, there is no blueprint. Yes, you are the blueprint. But at the end of the day, this is the time where you can get in because you have a say. We didn't have a say in what the TV was going to look like or what entertainment was or when the microwave became what the microwave is. We didn't I know I didn't have a say. I just knew it showed up on the counter, right? So now we have a say. And because this technology is so open and people are utilizing it and people are creating it, now everyone's kind of afraid like, well, if it didn't do what I wanted it to do right now, then it doesn't exist. That's not true. And as a scientist, I realize that that's not how things happen. But for the layperson, it's kind of like, I knew it was just a fad. I knew it was just passing. But before you know it, you're gonna look up, and they're gonna be there will be a whole different world or platform built, and you would have missed it. And that's why it's so important now to pay attention to what's going on. Don't hear the naysayers. We actually have agency that we never had before. Technology has taken off in the last what this is what Christopher Lafayette, who is the founder of the Gatherverse, said in the last 32 years, and it has in the last 32 months. In the last 32 months, more than it has in the last 32 years. So I'm just saying, pay attention because before you know it, you will go and say, "Oh, I'm not going to pay attention to any more of these tech fads," and you will miss having had your voice heard, and then you're stuck with whatever we put out there. I'm going to stay in it. So I'm asking people to join me, stay in it, stick with it. This is uh, the most beautiful time to be a part of it. You know, we always say trust the process. This is a process. It's an iterative process. It's not going to look all polished in the beginning, but you'll be so proud of the product in the end. And you would have had a say. So don't miss it. Don't sleep. Stay vigilant. Stay ardent. Stay abreast of what's going on. Work in your own little niche in your own community. Build and pay attention, but don't lose heart because the product at the end is going to be greater than what you think it is. Just stick with it.
Great. Thank you so much. Jennifer, you have any questions before we check the chat for maybe possible questions from the audience?
Yeah, I'm all about the audience getting their questions answered. I will say, Musina, it's interesting. You talked a lot about a space of belonging, right?
Yeah.
And creating that digital twin concept so that people can see an image of themselves. I think that's so powerful. We had Joe speak to us yesterday about belonging in a virtual space and everything else. I agree with you. I think there's something so beautiful about joining in and being a part of creating this so that people can see an image of not only themselves today, but their opportunity in the future. And so just really, really just thrilled you were able to join us and share your message with the audience. I'll be quiet now and let's see what they have to say and share with us about your message.
I'm excited. I see some people that saying how inspiring it was, where they're watching from the Canary Islands. That is, hey, I don't know what time it is there, but I'm pretty sure it's a little bit later than it is here. So, hey,
Yeah.
and from Nigeria, and we now have a say. Like I hear all these people. You're right. It's powerful. We now have a
Mhm.
say. We haven't always had a say, and so agency and autonomy in this space is super important. And if we want it built right, right? If we want to keep humanity at the forefront, then it's going to take real people showing up, being in the trenches, and having hard conversations. Where this isn't the day and age where you can't find a CEO or you can't find leaders of these tech companies. LinkedIn has made it so easy for you to tap somebody on the shoulder and keep tapping them until they hear you. I'm a number one proponent of let your voice be heard, show your work and genius to the world. Don't hold back. In this new era of what we're doing, emerging technology and how the world is connected, we have so many reasons to speak up and let our voices be heard. You have a say. We didn't always have a say. And how do you overcome, like for me as a black American, it's so important when people start talking about how do you overcome 20 generations of oppression? How do you overcome not being able to have had a say, not to be able to be educated, not to be able to freely take part in capitalistic society, but yet you're building this country? It's just another place that you're building. So continue to build. And that's right. We don't want to miss it. Like that's why I keep telling people, don't close your eyes. Don't look at the headlines. And people in these companies in the they're still building. You see the layoffs, you see the reorganization. That's so they can free up more money to continue building what they need to build. But you don't miss it because you are the next big tech giant. You are. You are your own advocate for what, like, you are your own brand. So be your own brand and be the best you because you are uniquely positioned to be yourself. That's why I don't change who I am and what I'm presenting for likes or views. If you see me, you see me. If you don't, you missed it. you know, and you just kind of have to be unapologetic about who you are in this space. Put your head down, build what you feel like the world needs, and showcase it. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. But the people who you need to reach will come. The community that you need to tap into will be there. And so you need to show up. Show up for your own life. Don't just live, enjoy your life. We're at the precipice, like I said, of a wonderful opportunity. And I don't want us to miss it. I don't want people to feel like they're being marginalized. I keep telling like my walk on this journey, it hasn't been easy. What people feel like is an overnight success. I've been walking in this journey for 40 some odd years, trying to get to here for people to be able to hear my voice and hear my heart and see me. And what I'm saying is the moment I surrendered to, I'm gonna just do me. I'm gonna stop trying to fit my square self into any round box. I'm just going to put my head down, build, showcase, and do me. And literally, the floodgates opened up. So I say, stay in a humble space of surrender, collaboration. It's not about you being the star necessarily. It's how can you empower other people to be great. And that's what I'm hoping that I'm doing today. That's what I'm hoping I'm doing when I show up for all these talks and summits and all over the world is who can I empower to take the baton and run it, run this race, and how can I continue to encourage them so that they don't lose heart? Because it's not for the faint at heart, but you do need community to do it. You can't do it alone. So let's build together. Let's do this thing. We can do it. We have all the tools that we need to be great. So let's do it.
Amazing. I'm fired up already. Thank you so much for sharing.
I'm
We
so
have the
proud of
mission.
you, Aron. I am. Like to see this come to life. When I saw
Yeah.
it and I saw there's multiple days, I was like, he did it. Like I'm just super proud.
Nah, it's a team effort. Like doing it for the second time with Jennifer and the amazing team at Immersive Tech Africa. Right, I'm super proud of everyone, and I'm also grateful for each and every speaker that have volunteered their time to share their experiences and insights with XR and also what they are building, right? So I want to say a big thank you also to you. We have some amazing feedback. Ash Rose is saying amen, right? A very big amen. And we have some good claps from Sariki, from Osakpolo. So it's amazing. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you all for what you all are doing because you're putting information, good information. You've got wonderful speakers and people who are doing it in all sectors who are coming out to support the work that you are doing. And you are ecosystem community builder, and that is important. So thank both of you for allowing me this space to share what we're doing, what's happening in higher education. There are now over 100 metaversities, all of which I do professional development for. So that's why I said when I say reach out, I mean reach out because I'm here to help you get started. You just got to get started, right? So
Well,
get
thanks, Christina.
started.
You talked about building the metaverse table. I think there's quite a few listeners that that would love to help you do that. And so you've given us your contact information, inspirethemetaverse.com. I would imagine you'll hear from a lot of our colleagues that are looking to kind of figure out how they can contribute to the space. So thank you for taking your time today to share your story with us. Absolutely inspirational. A great model, I think, for the ways in which we can use immersive technology in higher education.
Absolutely. Thank you.
If you permit us for a couple of minutes, we're holding on for our next speaker, and I want to throw in like maybe a very last question, like very very last one.
Go for it.
Go.
And I know, like, for us at Immersive Tech Africa, we're also like trying to see how we can get more women into XR, right? And as an amazing trailblazer like you are, how can we, or what do you think are some of the initiatives or activities that can be done to have more women in XR in the coming future, and have them share, like you, hopefully, what they are doing with XR?
There is an African proverb that says, "She who learns teaches." And I adopted that. When you educate a young woman, you educate an entire community, the world. Young women take what they know and they pour it into the next generation. That's just how women are built. That's just what we do. I am a wife. I have obligations as a wife. I have obligations as a mother to five sons. So for me, even getting a PhD in chemistry, being in STEM as the only Black woman in my spaces always, and now being in the tech industry and education, it's like I'm the only Black woman in this space that is a wife and a mother. And people ask me all the time, how did you do it? It's not how I necessarily did it. It's that I realized that you need community. My husband said something to me one day, and he said, "We have all of these moving parts with all of our kids." And he was like, "What are you really doing to build up your support system?" Now, in my mind, as a married woman, I'm like, "You the support. You are the support system." And in his mind, he was thinking, what are you doing to make your roles as wife and mother easier? And so a lot of young women end up dropping out of their educational process because it's hard to handle being a wife, running a household, and being a mother. And honestly, those are the richest gifts that we have that are innately ours, right? Your family is very important to who you are, and that's how communities are built. But women aren't often able to be the ones showcasing because they're at home rocking the baby. And I've spent a lot of time rocking my babies at this desk in this headset, sitting some of them on the floor while mommy's trying to learn or teaching them. But what I say is until we build communities of support around young women who have genius and the potential to change and transform the world, we have failed the world, because women are so integral into deciding what our lives really are. Think about it. Your mama ran that house. You know what I'm saying? The woman, your aunties, they ran the village. Listen, if they feeding you, they run it. Okay. So we don't take enough time to say, women, you don't have to be just one thing. You don't have to just be this monolith. You can be an innovator. You can be a emerging technologist. You can be a humanitarian. You can be a philanthropist. You can be a scientist. You can be all of these things. It was so amazing to me that a student at Morehouse, when he met me, said, I have never seen a Black woman chemist in my life. And he was like, I just want to sit here and look at you because when I think of a chemist, I don't think of you at all. It broke my heart, but it also enlightened me that I needed to share who I am a lot more. And that, yes, you can be a wife, you can be a mother, you can be a community builder, you can be a technologist, you can be all of these things and still be who you are. I fervently take on the title of Dr. Mom. Why? Because that's how they see me, as this nurturer, as this person that is bringing in new ideas and feeding the people, nurturing the people. She who learns teaches. And that's who I am. And so I'm no longer offended by people saying that I'm just a teacher. That's fine with me because I am a teacher. I'm going to teach from the time I know that you are alive and I'm in your midst until my last breath. I'll probably be giving directions on my deathbed to people about how to keep going forward in this life because it's so important to be encouraged, right? But our young women need encouragement too, and they need more models of people like me that are saying, look, you can do it all. You can have it all. Don't let people tell you you can't have it all. It might not be all at the same time, but you can have it all. You want to know how I got here today? It was, like I said, 24 straight years of being educated while being a wife, while being a mom, a lot of homework, a lot of going to the baseball games with my laptop, with my papers, and taking pictures and making sure that my children knew that I was there for the memories. But mommy's also working on transforming the world and letting them be a part of the dream and letting them see that mommy has her own thing going on. So funny, my son said, my teacher found you. This is my 18-year-old son, he's a junior in high school, and said, my teacher came up to me and said, your mama is Messina. And he said, yes. And he was like, how do you know my mama? He said, well, I was Googling stuff about the metaverse, and there's only one, there's not many Messina Morrises in the world. And then she said she had all these sons and she listed your name in her bio. And I just put two and two together that that must be your mom. And he was like, Mama, did you know that you could Google you? I was like, yeah, you should try it. Like they're always very surprised that their mom is also doing other things, but it also gives them that, oh, well, you can do other things. You're not just mama to me, you're also mama to other folks out in the world. Like you're also an innovator and an author, and you're doing all of these great things, and I'm proud. And he's like, I've never felt. What do you think? What is that feeling? I was like, it's called pride. He was like, oh yeah, I'm very proud of you, mommy. So it's important that our young kids, our babies, see us doing these things to move the needle forward. That my children can look and see that, oh, mommy's doing something amazing. And she made sure dinner was on. That's something else. You know what I mean? Like it's it's rewarding. I'm just coming here today from being at my son's honors ceremony. This morning, his teacher told me, she said, oh, are you going to be here for the award ceremony? And I was like, I missed that. That's not on the calendar. But I was like, well, look like I'm getting dressed with him while I'm getting ready for school, sending him to school. And, you can do it, but you just have to have a support team around you to keep you grounded and let you know that, it's worth it. It's worth all of it.
Mhm. Thank you for sharing. That was very, very deep, and I know a lot of ladies out there caught that very strong inspirational word that you shared. We have feedback. We need a support system, and we have Bumi sharing. She who learns teaches. We have some great feedback also saying thank you, and very good praises also, right? So thank you so much for sharing. You did a very good job today. I know you inspired a lot of people. You inspired me to be better, to keep pushing, right? I know a lot out there also were inspired by your kind words. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. God bless everybody. You all take care. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your community.
Great. Thank you. Bye bye.
Take care.
Yeah. So, guys, I guess you guys enjoyed that amazing session by Dr. Morris. We'll be moving on to our next speaker, Ahmed. I hope Ahmed is ready for us. He'll be sharing his product, SwiftXR, how they are currently empowering businesses on the web to power their product and services leveraging on WebXR. I hope Ahmed is ready. I guess we'll give him a couple of seconds. Yeah, he's on. I'll add Ahmed to the stream shortly. And hi, Ahmed. Yeah,
Hey, hi, Arome.
hi, how are you?
Hey, good. Finally good to be here. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Matt. Great to see you.
Yeah, so I know we have taken a bit from your time, so I'll just allow you to get right into it. I'll add your screen share to the stream, and then you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm gonna just do this. Nice.
Great. So
Okay.
have fun now.
Is this clear?
Okay. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Cool stuff. Again, super excited to be here, and again, also taking time to also thank XI Innovation Summit, for bringing together a lot of fantastic speech. People talking about the amazing work actually happening in Africa and even across the world, and today I'll be talking more about our product, SwiftXL, and how we're empowering businesses with their presence on the web. And yeah, so a bit about myself. My name is Ahmed and Arushegbe. I'm the founder at SwiftXL. Just a bit of my background. I have 6+ years experience in the creative space. I started my career, way back, and it was mostly, working with AutoCAD, with Maya, just doing a lot of crazy stuff with 3D. I'm currently the chapter president Nigeria for the VR/AR Association, and just trying to focus on evangelism of XR in Africa. Also working with a couple of businesses to see how we could drive a lot of stuff. I'm also my MSc for AI. I was also an ex software engineer at PwC. So and really today, we're really going to be talking about why is it important, and why should you be interested in actually empowering your presence on the web, and more focus at business, right? So if we focus on these more towards we focus on this more towards businesses, right? And we're saying, why should you actually care about, adding 3D AR VR content, to your e-commerce store, to your website? It's mostly stem with, into two stuff, which is customer engagement and also grow sales, right? People are tired of static to the images. That's why you see the likes of TikTok taking off because of, it's more engaging, it's a video content. It's just, so having a way to engage your customers in a very interesting way, and that's why, XR on the web, provide that avenue. And, and research has shown that, if you add 3D AR VR content to the web, you can actually increase your browsing time by 20%. And this in turn also expect, if you're selling products, that could also go up by up to 28%. And of course, the more you have people viewing your products, the more you have people on your site, that also leads to like a net increase, in sales, right? Which is up to 25%. But as much as this thing sounds really cool, it sounds, yeah, like I should do it. it doesn't come that easy. It also comes with a couple of issues, right? There's a technical complexity required. Imagine a very big store, with thousands of products, thousands of merchandise, with thousands of millions of customers, right? And just having that system that can scale, that can serve most of all these users, even having that system that can enable them easily manage some of these thousands of assets, it's not easy. It requires a lot of technical thinking, because trying to load 3D models is not as easy as trying to load as trying to load images, right? Images are light, but with a 3D model, 3D model can be going from from 1 MB. I can also go up to like as high as 100 MB, right? And it's like, how do you serve some of these assets effectively to the customers, to that client's customer, without making them churn, without making them feel like, oh, this site is laggy. And it's also expensive to implement. Mr. shows that it can cost as high as 5,000 a month. For a medium sized business, if they're implementing it in house to sort of like manage. And this cost goes from like the 3D artists on the team, down to the XR engineers in the team, and even down to managing some of the infrastructure, alongside some of the stuff. So that's where SwiftXR now comes in. So what we've done at SwiftXR is, we've taken our time to build like channels, from plugins to integrations to API to platform, just trying to create like that seamless experience where businesses can easily and affordably add 3D AR VR content to their website. Just think about anywhere they are, into their mobile app, into their web, into literally anywhere. And also taking a lot of that technical, like the high technical skill required, that even someone as a receptionist should be able to manage this asset and also publish content, as long as they have the 3D content. We're also working a lot in trying to see how we can provide 3D assets to some of these users, how our clients can easily create 3D content on demand based on pictures of that 3D product. So this is a snip of how easy it is to actually use SwiftXR in steps. It's gonna this guy. Right? And really, like like our solution itself, is just focused on these two core, on these two core values. Of course, one is like, we want to take out the complexity, as much as possible. How can we create? I mean, again, if you look at most, like most 3D softwares, right? You are always presented with this 3D editor interface, right? You need to sort of like have like a 3D editing skill. You are presented with gizmos. You're presented with with grid lines, right? So what we are looking at is like, is there a way we can break out the system, abstract it to a certain level where anyone that does not have this 3D editing skill can just easily drag and drop, and the person should be able to create some of these complex interactions, some of this complex app. And we've so far been able to achieve that, and we are also continue to also improve our platform, right? And the other one is also like pay based on view. Again, we've seen that this is super useful, to some of our customers, right? Because if you think about it, you know, e-commerce firms, especially like small one, are struggling with sales, right? And then you really don't want to come and introduce them, like, of course, while 3D AR VR can help them increase sales, can help them increase customer engagement, but like it should not be so expensive that it's even now taking a lot from their revenue, right? So what we've done is we've created a system whereby, as they're paying per view, because based on the number of views they're getting, that's also affecting, again, in turn, like how much they make, and that's also affecting like how much Swift are charging them. So that way they can ensure that, if the product is doing, bad, we are there with them, right? We are still serving them, but meanwhile, they know that, they are scaling affordably with us. And the place is also doing well, why not, like also scale affordably with them, as compared to giving them, like a very big verbose and, and base plan. And whether they're making, like $0, whether they're making $1,000, they just keep paying that same plan, that same money every month. So, and so far so good in terms of integrations. We've done, again, we're just trying to be that central hub where you come to SwiftXR, you publish your 3D content. Whether you are using an API, like a custom app, whether you are, you have your own custom website, whether you have your custom platform, whether you're using WordPress, you're using Wix, Shopify, you're using Bubble, you're using Adobe Magento, you're using BigCommerce, wherever you are able to easily use SwiftXR and then plug SwiftXR easily to any of those solutions. And you could easily even migrate from Shopify to WordPress to Bubble to Wix, and you don't need to like actually like have to break down your site again. You just easily just install SwiftXR again on that same platform, and then your content can all be served in that new platform. And in terms of use cases, so far so good. We have one of the biggest obviously biggest digital furniture firm in Africa, Taylor, currently using SwiftXR. Where most of all their 3D models are being served by SwiftXR, and this way their customers go to their website, they see 3D view, they can also view it in AR, and and things are looking things are good for them. And then we also have Slick City Africa, where with SwiftXR, they're able to use our platform to convert 2D images of of really fantastic and awesome artworks into actual 3D artworks that that they then use, and then they then display it in 3D. And then so right before their customer go and say, what, I want to buy this artwork, they can actually try this artwork on their wall, and they'll say, okay, I try the artwork on the wall and be like, okay, I like the way the artwork fits, and this is actually what I want to buy. And we also have, Top Metal Pro, one of the manufacturer, like from Poland, also using SwiftXR. So it's able to manage like hundreds of assets, right from its manufacturing stage. It's able to use those, it's able to literally reuse all this 3D model, back in SwiftXR, add that to his website. So that whole complete pipeline of product where, it creates a 3D model for manufacturing, it sends that, it manufactures it then reuse that 3D model, on SwiftXR, then use that to then serve its e-commerce website on Wix, and we just been there with them, end to end, also cost effective and also being affordable, that they can also scale vertically with us, it's one of our use case. And so far, we now have over like 3,000, 750 users across 120 plus countries, and these include businesses, individuals, all using SwiftXR to ensure that they can engage their customer more, they can grow their sale with really AR, VR, and some people even using the platform just because of its level of simplicity. The fact that you can publish a 3D AR, VR content with XR in less than 1 minute, and as compared to using other platform where you need to like actually like break down the I a technical person and start writing some of this code. And yeah, that's really about about this session. Just really short, concise, and if you want to check SwiftXR out, you can go to www.swiftxr.io, or you could even connect with me, and I'm obviously happy to have a conversation with you.
Great, thank you so much, Ahmed. Amazing product, by the way, and I love what you're doing. Like from afar, I admire SwiftXR, and I'm always ready to support the product, some of your impact initiatives, and also thank you for inviting me to be part of your Global Design Challenge. Right, some amazing design that we're being shared on that initiative. I have a question though. I don't know if Jennifer also has a question or the audience. So guys in the chat, if you have any question, for Ahmed, please drop it so we can share it with him. So my question is, WebXR is indeed amazing, right? And the technology is moving like so fast. At the moment, how is SwiftXR supporting business owners that are not tech savvy, right, but have products to showcase and want to deploy it on the web with SwiftXR?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's like a really great question, Aaron, because what we later found out is one of the biggest problem with adoption for actually having 3D AR VR content on the web is not actually being the tech. It's actually, a lot of people actually have products, but then it's super hard to actually convert some of these products into into 3D models, right? And that's like the biggest problem. So what we have is, we've partnered with a couple of people, even right on our platform, we have a way whereby you can actually request 3D models. And then we actually have a team of 3D artists that can actually, that can actually help you create some of these 3D assets. So if we get a customer that's willing to, to have 3D model on website, AR, VR, whatever face tracking, image tracking, whatever tech is willing to use, we actually have a team of 3D artists that can go ahead and support this client, this customer, to then, generate the 3D model required. So that's how we're supporting at the moment.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Jennifer, you have any question for Ahmed?
So I have to ask at least one question, Hamed. Just given your background and the great work that you're doing in the space, everyone's talking right now, of course, about artificial intelligence and the ways in which it can really be utilized in the immersive space. Can you give us some thoughts around what you're thinking there, particularly given your background and the ways in which we might be able to use artificial intelligence for good in XR?
Yep. Interesting. For us, one of the biggest use cases for AI, at SwiftXR, still stems to the to 3D generation. Like how can a customer come to the platform, and the customer has picture of his 3D model, can drop his 3D model on the platform, and then the AI is being able to then generate 3D model, on demand, on the fly, for that particular customer. Of course, we are still far from there. It's gonna take like 2, 3, 4 years. Again, of course, we're moving fast. It's gonna take quite a time to actually get to that point where you can have an AI that can generate, again, like we already have AI doing like specific 3D model, for example, for furniture or for glasses, but for us to get, like that generic AI that can actually, create 3D model for anything in quotes on demand, means that we need like millions or even billions of 3D models. And, you can't compare 3D models to the way you have images at the moment. That's why you can see stuff like, like DALL-E 2 or Midjourney, being able to do some fantastic work. So again, that's actually one of the biggest use cases we're looking at on SwiftXR. Again, try to streamline our focus more towards a specific industry. Where, for example, furniture, for example, someone could come, you just create front side view of his furniture, and then we can just use our AI to generate, like the 3D furniture, on demand, and of course, see how we do scale from there.
Very good one. At least that can be like a follow-up answer to my question, whereby a business owner who is not tech savvy can just upload an image, right, of their product, and the AI can create like a 3D model of it, and they can now deploy it using SwiftXR.
Yep, exactly.
That makes
That's
sense.
amazing.
Great. So Ahmed, thank you so much for your time. We have like some good applause from the audience, right? And your solution is indeed amazing, and I'm glad it's been done in Africa, right? And it's also empowering brands across the world, right? So it's more or less exciting days ahead for XR on the continent. So thank you so much for sharing.
Awesome. Thank you. Really excited to be here.
Great. Right.
Thanks,
So
Hamed. Keep up the great work. It's really
Yeah.
important, right? Those low code solutions like Arame is talking about that really help people to kind of take the first step into the space are so critical. So keep up the great work.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Awesome.
Ahmed.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, cheers. So moving on to our next session by my very good friend from Ethiopia. Right, I would love to go to Ethiopia one day. Daniel He'll be sharing his thoughts and insights on reviving cultural heritage with XR technology, a pathway to sustainable development. And I'll be adding Daniel to the stream. So hi, Daniel.
Hi, Rumi. Hi, Jennifer.
How are you?
Hi, Daniel.
I'm
Good.
fine.
Are you good? Good. A bit short of time, but are you ready to share?
Yeah, I think it's
Great.
already
So,
shared.
yeah.
We're really excited to have you share today, Daniel. We won't say too much. We'll just let you get into it. I know what you have to show will speak for itself.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled about this session. Please go ahead.
All right. Have
Yeah.
fun.
Thank you, Rumi, Jennifer. So my name is Daniel Getacho. For those of you who didn't know me, and I'm the founder and CEO of Guzo Technologies. So for today, this is my topic. It's about cultural heritage and how it's important to preserve, and also uh, how we use the power of XR technology, especially to preserve and uh, promote the cultural heritage of Africa. So who are we as a company based in Ethiopia? We specialized in building immersive experiences for historical heritage sites and artifacts, and digitizing all of especially the tourism sites. So we create memorable digital experiences, and the impact of applying this XR, especially when you see in the Ethiopian context, we use it to preserve our historical heritage sites and also artifacts. That's like the main thing we are doing for the past 4 years. So it's not only limited to like creating content, but we test and prototype few XR related hardwares. So we are also into like building some gadgets for VR technology. So you can check out more of our works on YouTube. So you will find amazing projects. So today's topic is more onto like what is like cultural heritage itself. So according to UNESCO, they defined it as it's a legacy of physical artifacts and intangible attributes of a group or a society that are inherited from the past generations, maintained and presented for the benefit of future generations. So this is like something we have to keep in mind. But I hope most of you remember this day. It was February 2015, and we all saw this shocking news on the medias, on the mass medias, or especially the ISIS terrorist wiping 2,000 years of artifacts, heritage around Syria. And this was really heart touching moment, especially for me personally. So that was even the reason why we are getting to the XR industry, especially from the VR side. But they were like other factors. We call them like disasters happened in the past few years. It includes COVID-19, some political and climate change, and we have also to highlight how the impact of smartphones over the previous way or the traditional way of uh, learning or acquiring new knowledge, especially from books, is currently is gone. So as you can see, those things are also one of the factors, especially affecting the future of tourism. So there has to be something to preserve all heritage. It's not limited to like Africa or Ethiopia or Nigeria. This is like an issue of each and every country around the world. So especially developed ones, the developed countries, they are trying to utilize the XR industry, the XR technology, to protect their heritage. But what makes XR unique, especially in the areas of protecting cultural heritage. I just identified those 5 points. The first one is the preservation and restoration. So this technology itself, it allows us uh, to digitally preserve and restore the cultural artifacts, sites, monuments, and etc. So those are like one of the use cases. So just basically we create the virtual replicas, and that way we can safeguard the heritage. So if we want them, like if we want to rebuild the same artifact or sites, we have the data. So it's not only taken by a video or a picture. So there is the actual measurements, the texture, tone, and everything we get through this technology. The second one is the accessibility and the engagement. So through adopting this technology, people will have different ways to experience this heritage sites, even if they are away from the actual location. So those use cases, especially being able to attend or visit virtually or remotely from different locations, will even give us more ability to understand about the stories and the heritage sites. So that's like how it's connected with this technology. The third one is the education and the learning section. I think the first presenter explained in detail about the whole aspect of education, but I'm trying to highlight how we can also teach our future kids, future generations about our historical stories, which is like our especially the active to have an active participations along with history related and culture related things. This is like one of the advantage why we apply extended reality in short. The fourth one is the cultural exchange, which is it allows us like to share our culture with the other part of the world, and we can also collaboratively conduct research and share knowledge stories, which will make us I mean we can learn from one another, and that's like one of the benefits. The final one is the economic benefits, because currently the XR industry is mainly known in the entertainment and gaming sector, but uh, especially for Africa, it has a big economic benefits, which we also focus on putting this kind of experiences in airports, for example. So there are a lot of transits who will arrive in different airports around, across Africa. So imagine if we target that and get a way to promote the culture, the historical heritage sites. Plus, we have another means of income to generate out of this new market. So those are like the economic benefits of this XR around cultural heritage. So I want to highlight on the first one, which is the preservation and restoration, because that's like the most important thing. If we don't preserve, I don't think we can able to jump to the other importance of XR, especially within the cultural heritage and tourism in general. So this is like basically a method been used for a while, and you can get from this research paper. I put it at the source under the image. I think it says the extended reality and informative models for the architectural heritage. So it involves different technologies, but I'm trying to highlight few of the things you see on the screen, starting from the documentation, how we retrieve an actual data over historically recorded archives, and then how we apply different satellite imagery, laser scans, photogrammetry. So there are different techniques we apply to gate information as much as like we can out of different resources. Then literally we collect all digital plus written data. After we conducted that, we will be able to reconstruct in a gaming engine. These days, I think it's common to build virtual experiences in a gaming engine. And my friend, he also have a good experience in creating web-based virtual experiences, augmented reality experiences. So we can use any of the technologies, but it's common to use a gaming engine these days. And finally, we put it on immersive technologies like VR, AR, or any other gadgets as we want. This is like the first step to do. The first one is to take the actual data that we can collect through. It could be an optical camera or a laser sensors or a LiDAR technology these days. I think LiDAR is also one of the based tool we can get, especially on iPhone. It's common. And on the right side, you see the historical record in archives. This is important because mostly when you try to get relevant information on an actual historical heritage sites, some of its parts might be damaged. So it's good always to refer back from archives or any evidence or any community members that we can interview so that we get relevant information about that specific site as much as possible. So this is like the first step we do. The second part of conducting or taking the information about the site will be mostly there is laser scanning for accurately taking the walls, the building, the actual scene itself. So it could be a cave, it could be a really dark space. So it might be hard for us to take a photogrammetry because of the lighting issues. So laser scanning is the best and one of the highly used technique to take all these heritage sites. On the bottom, you see the photogrammetry version, which means through laser technology, we only get the depths and the structure of the heritage site, but it might be hard for us to recreate the colors and the textures. So we have to have the photogrammetry, especially we apply that on the outdoor scene. So that's like what we do to get both the mesh, which is the structure part of the heritage site, and the reflection, the texturing, and all of the details from that site. So if we have it on the actual heritage site, it's good. If we don't, we will recreate or construct it on a modeling software. So based on the archives we get, we will be applying those information in a 3D. Then we will have the complete version of the building. And finally, I think I mentioned it earlier. It's how we develop the VR experience. We mostly use a gaming engine, and in our company, we prefer Unreal Engine because of its performance, its quality. So the CAD files, the laser data, the textures, everything will be combined in a real-time game engine. And then this is where we build the actual experience, which is the virtual reality experience, or it could be an augmented reality experience. So what makes it XR? Probably there might be some needs to design a new type of hardware, a new type of engaging tool on top of the gaming engine. So this allows us like to reprogram, design, prototype our own technologies integrated to this experience. So that's how we we get, and later on create an immersive and interactive experience, a virtual reality experience. So I mentioned a few things about photogrammetry. So we heard about AI. I think it's also asked by a lot of participants since yesterday, and uh, it's a bit hard to do photogrammetry up to this point. It's a technique of arranging or taking multiple overlapping photographs of certain objects, or it could be an environment, and then those images are processed with a special software. Mostly we use reality capture, and then we will get the cloud meshes. Those cloud meshes or cloud points will create a 3D polygons. Then we get the 3D file with the texture. It takes a bit of high processing power, and also it's a bit expensive that the currently available technologies. I think I should rename the second one. It's NERF. NERF is like a neural radiance field. It's powered by AI. And we can use same technique like photogrammetry, but what makes it powerful is it renders realistic 3D scenes with minimal processing, and also we can use a cloud technology to do such type of processing. And one of the biggest advantage of using NERF is it could also capture the lighting. So when I see this is like it has like red color or yellow color, or we see some texture of that heritage or an artifact, because there are some lights bouncing off from that specific object at specific angle. But if we move around, that lighting will change, especially on metallic surfaces. And in photogrammetry, there was like a big issues when we take, especially heritage sites, because of the limitations of photogrammetry. It's a bit hard to capture translucent objects, metallic objects. So there are a bit of challenge, but using NERF, that's eliminated. So you could also see how powerful AI is now becoming, and how it's impacting or powering this process with an efficient ways, and also advanced features. Since I don't have time, I'll jump to the second thing. This is like the traditional capturing, the motion capturing technology versus AI-enabled motion capturing technology. I want to highlight this part because when we say history, culture, heritage, it's not only a building, it's not only some kind of artifact, but it could also be communities, how they celebrate, how they have any sort of engagement. Let's say there was a king and a queen, and the way they organize some kind of events could also be taken as a heritage, or we want to experience that moment in time. There are battle stories like Adwa, so we want to have a feeling, and we will be interested like how it looks if we were part of that incident or that that event. So there are like some characters, like human beings will be involved in XR. We call them avatars, we call them NPCs or non-playable characters, and even our existence in the virtual space should be translated from the actual human being body into a virtual avatar. So we have to have a clone in the XR. So there is basically human beings. So the traditional way of capturing motion is a bit expensive because it requires really complex hardwares and also facial capturing techniques. It's resource intensive, but nowadays there is a platform called Move AI. You just need a couple of iPhone devices around you, and you can capture anything, literally anything. And the power of Move AI is you don't need extra hardware to capture multiple subjects, which means if there are like 2-3 actors, still this technology will allow you to capture multiple actors. But in the traditional mocap technology, it's a bit literally it's expensive to do it, because you need additional hardwares depending on the number of actors involved in your scene. So that was the advantage over like what was before. So coming to the avatars, like I discussed, we tried a few things. Let me just play this one. So it's pretty powerful to have such type of real-time experiences, and we use our avatars. Actually, this is like a virtual reality experience. Anyone with VR headset could remotely join and see the live facial movements. We can send the audio through like VoIP technology, so literally we can be teleported in a digital life. So we were experimenting with a lot of projects, and this is like one of the use cases of NPCs. And nowadays, the most interesting thing I heard after ChatGPT is you can connect the power of ChatGPT with this non-playable characters. Then you can easily create a virtual tour guides that tells you about the story, the cultural heritage. You can ask, you could have conversational discussions with the NPCs. So that's like the power. And there are African talents who also conducted a working prototype over ChatGPT. And this is our character, Lucy. We are also working on similar projects here. So that's like the power and how it looks. I have two demos that are related to historical heritage and this virtual museums concept. This is the first one, and there are different artifacts, and most of the artifacts were archived, so no one have access to like this artifact. So we got the opportunity to take part in this project. So we took nearly 100 of the statues and artifacts, small artifacts, with the photogrammetry technology. We use Unreal Engine to recreate the whole virtual museum. It's our first multiplayer experience, so multiple participants could join this one, and they can communicate. A virtual tour guide will tell them about each and every artifact. That's how it works. And I think few of the artifacts are also published on Google Arts and Culture. So we already started putting our image and also our stories to the world, at least with what we can get around us and with some of the local partners we get. And the second one is it's also a virtual museum, but it's made for British Council. So this one is also a virtual museum, but it's like an arts gallery. So we turned the actual physical building to an arts gallery. So they are the same, but you can see like the quality and all of the features there. So it's I think it's a really small video. So let's have a look.
Welcome to the future.
Yeah, so those are our trailers. You could check more of our projects online. And we always say a nation that forgets its past has no future. So I think for Africans, using the latest emerging technologies, especially XR, is one of the biggest advantage we have, especially to acquire and also implement it on wide range of sectors. But the tourism one is, I think, we see it as one of the powerful one, and let's build our future together. And that's about all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. That was really great. I was just smiling all through. You did a very, very good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm always amazed, Daniel, every time I see the work that, that your team does. It's incredible. And for any of our audience that hasn't seen it before, I'm sure they're shaking their head saying, how did you even do that? It's such important work, and so incredibly relevant in the world that we find ourselves in today. And I think you kind of started out the presentation talking a little bit about that. Absolutely incredible. We've got a question on the screen about how you do what you do, so you can see it here. Asking specifically about the technology, so Nerf and some of the I can't even say that word. The I can't say it. The photogrammetry, I don't know. That's utilized to create the actual experiences. How accessible is it? Can our audience access it? What does that look like for them?
Yeah, it's possible. For the photogrammetry, I think reality capture is one of the best tool, but Nerf is different. So if they want to access and play around with Nerf, I think they could start with Luma AI. So it's available on I think on App Store, so they can download and use it for free. And there is also one photogrammetry tool if you use your iPhone. I think it's Polycount. Yeah, that's the app. But Nerf is like it's advantageous over a lot of things. So I will recommend, especially newbies, to enter into the Nerf technologies. There was like difficulties over creating 3D out of Nerf, especially within game engines. But recently, Unreal Engine also announced they now integrated Nerf feature, so we could use it in VR as well. So that's one of the advantage we get.
So great. We have another question from Abdul Walip, if I'm correct. He said, hello, Daniel. Greetings from Lamu, Kenya. My concerns is in reviving cultural heritage for structures and artifacts that has been demolished or lost some of its features. How do we revive them?
That's a really good question, because the whole point of seeing the technologies, how we can retrieve back and reconstruct those heritages from written books, or it could be really old pictures. This technology allows us to redesign and reconstruct what we aspire and what we heard. So that's like that's like the means, the only means we have as of now. So especially using the power of game engines, we've been like playing around with game engines for a while, but nowadays no one imagined game engines will be used in a lot of industries, especially in recreating historical heritage sites and creating engaging experiences. Because the first thing that comes to our mind when we say game itself is about entertainment, or it could be something else, or it's just fun, not we don't see it as a powerful tool to retrieve our historics back from ages. So I think it's we have architects, we have graphics designers, we have modeling and animation experts. So collectively, we can recreate anything we want these days. And recently, there is AI around us. I think that's like the hype of AI. So with AI, we can ask anything, and the AI will do it by its own. These days, you can easily type a single prompt, and you can get a working VR experience. So it's a pretty much scary, but combining the power of AI over this gaming tools will give us endless, really powerful outcomes, especially in recreating historical heritage sites. So Africa is rich with that. So let's focus on like creating more of that. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking over the past couple of days about, new jobs that are created as part of the technology. And we've talked about prompt engineers and things like that. It's interesting because you're almost talking about an immersive anthropologist of some sort, which I think is fascinating in terms of, different types of jobs that might exist in the future that are empowered by this technology.
True. Yeah, no one expected about Nerf after photogrammetry. So there are still upcoming technologies. We have to follow up that. I think we Africans are lucky to properly adopt all of those new things. Early comers are always we have the advantage by being an early adopter of these technologies.
Great. I have a question though, right? The technology is indeed amazing, but how can we have governments and institutions in Africa buy into it, right? We know they can be a bit slow to adopting technology, but we see the future and we know where we can fuse this tech in, right? What are some of the strategies we can get government and cultural institutions on the continent to buy into XR for culture and heritage?
That's a powerful question, Arome, because we always ask that question whenever we have this kind of discussions. The first one is like to create awareness, especially to the governments, to the policymakers. I don't think most of them have the idea of how it's powerful, how this technology is powerful, especially within the tourism sector. We have seen COVID is one best example, and I heard the report during the COVID time. They say literally we our income from the tourism sector is zero. That's what they said officially. So imagine there are talents, there is the possibility of applying the technology and remotely selling your cultural heritage stories, but I think it's a bit hard to give them a good understanding of this technology, and that's what we were trying to achieve in the past 4 years, and we are still doing that. We are giving awareness. The reason why we are also collaborating on this type of events is to give and to show them what's possible. We are not showcasing something from abroad. This is an African authentic content, and we are trying to give them, okay, with this technology, with the resources we have, this is what we can achieve. So if you help us out, there are plenty of things to do, and there are a lot of stories that deserves to be preserved in the digital space, especially XR. So the first one is awareness, and the second one is to stay committed, to stay connected and collaborate with other African companies, talents, because we can't do it alone. That's like the truth. Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Like Dr. Morris said, we just need to keep at it, keep building, keep showcasing it. And I think one of the things that has been going on for startups building with XR on the continent is the ability to build a demo and show it, right? When they see it, they can understand it and they can now invest in it. So I want to say well done and an amazing job you're doing, right? I see updates on LinkedIn and I always have smiles on my face with the amazing work you're doing. So keep it up, man.
Thanks, Arome.
Yeah, we've got like feedbacks from the comment. People are really saying quite impressive. Well done. Very interesting. amazing work, right? So everybody is really, really amazed and I'm inspired by your work.
Thanks, everyone.
Great. So we'll be moving on to our next session. It has been an amazing one so far. I've learned a lot, right? And we'll be having Derek Ikenga from Euphoria Labs. He'll be showing how we can unlock the power of AR, virtual try-on, and empowering brands to boost sales and engagement, leveraging on immersive technologies. I hope Derek is ready for us. We'll be adding Derek onto the stream shortly. And yeah, so if you have any questions for any of our keynote speakers, any of their products or services, please feel free to drop it in the chat and we'll share it on the stream for them to answer. So Derek is here. We'll be adding him in a bit. Hi, Derek.
Hi,
Hi
Derek.
guys. Hi everyone. How's it going?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm alright. I'm alright. Really love what you're doing. I've been following the stories on Instagram from everybody. So yeah, amazing work.
Thank you so much. Um, so time, time is very important for us. I was
Yeah,
wondering if you're ready to share your slides or anything you have to share with the audience.
yeah, I am. I'm just gonna share my screen right now. Does that
Cool.
work? Can you see?
Yes.
Perfect.
Great.
All right, awesome. So thank you for inviting me. Today I just wanted to talk about the power of virtual try-on specifically, as opposed to general AR technologies, and really explain to us why it's really impactful and how current people are beginning to use this technology to directly impact sales in the modern day. So brief background about me. My name is Derek Ikenga. I'm the founder and CEO of Fura Labs. I started off as an augmented reality developer, focused on social commerce. And in that time, I've created quite a lot of experiences for brands and different companies, both Africa and globally. And I've really seen the conversion rates in terms for brands. And what I've started to do is create ways to make it really easy for brands to create this kind of experiences. Because right now, what we have really we know the technology is amazing. We know it's very useful, but right now only the top luxury brands can afford it. And just basically trying to make it easy and straightforward for anyone as a creator, as a brand, to be able to create virtual try-on experiences. So brief background on virtual try-on. It's not the I don't think it's the first time we're hearing about it. It's been around for a while, but the technology has not been should I say up to scale in a way that we can use globally or use without too much difficulty. And we know it's a game changing way for us to engage with our customers online, because e-commerce is fundamentally broken. If you go to a physical store and you want to buy something, you can easily try on that product, get feedback from your friends, take pictures, even window shop, and come back later. But on e-commerce right now, it's basically like you're browsing like an interactive magazine, right? So there's always that layer of is am I really going to get what I want? And there's also the layer of people brands not being sure what products will sell, and how will they interact that, how do you produce something and you don't get people to test it out, and then you're shocked in the market when you finally launch it that it doesn't go as you planned. So virtual try-on is really a game changer way for us to start using for both for brands and for online shoppers, and this is really what we are trying to focus on. So one of the major benefits of virtual try-ons is it enhances the shopper confidence. Proven across multiple studies, we've seen over 70% increase in conversion rates. So customers who go on your website and see your product in 3D and try it on themselves are much more likely to convert, 70% more likely to convert than traditional customer who just goes through your product images and starts to imagine what the product will look like on them. And one of the major reasons why this is because with virtual trial you can make content on a product even though you've not bought it, and you can get high quality feedback, as well as it just generally improves your customer experience. And then, okay, you really believe, okay, this is what I'm going to get. I actually like how it looks. This is how I'm going to style it. And then, which would ultimately lead to more sales for the brand. Another major benefit is really reducing returns and improving customer satisfaction. This entails, when people shop online, they're not sure. One of the major reasons why people return products is poor fit and poor styling. So people are not actually sure exactly what the stuff is going to look like on me. So they end up buying it. And if you have like a good return policy, you get a high rate of returns. Because these people didn't actually get what they expected to get. They were not sure. They imagined it, but it wasn't exactly how it is. And what we do with virtual trial is get people to try these products on before they buy them, see what it looks like, get product feedback. You can even chat with, say, customer service rep to know exactly what is going, just using the virtual version of the product, almost as if you're in a physical store. And this has proven to reduce the amount of returns and actively increase, customer satisfaction when shopping. Another major benefits of Vegetron is truly a personalized shopping experience. We've seen people customize different products and their product variations. One of the major ways is just customizing the products. Let's say the product has different variations, maybe across color, across size. Rather than imagining it, you can actually go through different color variations in 3D and also view them in AR, making the customer experience a lot more personalized. We've also seen use cases where brands can sort of build products with their audiences or with their customers, getting product feedback just from a 3D model, and having an interactive building process with their customers before they actually go ahead to launch it. So they validate that the product is going to be amazing based off of the feedback they got from the 3D models and virtual try-ons, and then they can then go ahead to launch truly immersive campaigns. One other way we've seen to get people to use personalized shopping also is through social media campaigns for products. So typical traditional product engagements right now, let's say through giveaways, for example, is you tell people to go to your page, click on your stuff, like it, and then share on social. But that doesn't necessarily lead to conversion of the product itself. But with virtual try-on campaigns or virtual try-on ad campaigns, people can actually get to use the product while trying to do some sort of product activation. So you have a very low cost way for people to engage with your brand whilst personalizing it and sharing on social media and tagging the brand, and then which then increases to high product conversion and also a personalized shopping experience. So, and one thing about I think virtual try right now is brands are already seeing results, right? So global brands, Ralph Lauren, Armani, Gucci, all of them are already seeing amazing results with virtual try-on across multiple product categories, from headwear, eyewear, footwear, jewelry, wristwear, and they are actively taking advantage of it. A lot of them right now have infused 3D and virtual try-on into their marketing flow. So once they're about to release a new product, they always launch a virtual try-on campaign for it, and that thereby they're able to promote their product a lot better, rather than just sending you a digital ad where you just click on and scroll and just imagine. They now send you an AR ad which you can interact with, try on, and then go ahead to convert. And we are seeing this really rise across global brands all around the world, using different platforms from web AR to social AR to even mobile AR. And there are other ways brands are beginning to use in terms of like immersive gaming. So where you wear the product and then you can interact with the product through like some sort of mini game or mini interaction based design. I have a couple of demos here. I'm happy to share my slides with everyone after the session. Um, so yeah, so what we try to do at Euphoria is bring all of these technologies. There are so many ways to go about it. For firstly, you need full body tracking to get a proper realistic 3D feel. We also need very high quality 3D models, and we know right now that commerce is very omni-channel. Customers are shopping on Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, and on your websites and your mobile app. So what we try to do is we try to create one platform where anybody or any brand can basically come up, add their product, and then publish across multiple platforms. So with our in-house creative studio, you can reach out to us, talk about your brief, and then we then create a custom code that is affordable and really accessible for even smaller brands, compared to the solutions that are out there that make it really expensive and difficult for brands to get started. Then another option we're currently also developing is our SaaS product, our AR SaaS product called Euphoria AR. Euphoria AR is a no-code solution that allows brands, create these experiences directly on their own on the web. All you have to do is upload your trading models and upload your logos, and instantly, you can deploy virtual try-on experiences for both eyewear and footwear directly on the web, which you can then embed on your website, as well as we plan to launch features for publishing to social media like TikTok and Instagram and Snapchat directly from the Euphoria AR. So this is just part of the ways we are making augmented reality really accessible for anyone. So with the Euphoria AR, like I said, just have a product logo or the product experience you have in mind. Right now, I think you can check it out. We have some demo assets there, some demo 3D models and some demo logos you can use to try out, as well as upload your own logos and models. And you can start, creating virtual try-on experiences for your products as almost instantly. So this is an example of one of the kind of experiences we've created. This is self-hosted on our Try domain, try.euphoria.ar, all built with no code. We'll create the 3D assets for you, optimize the 3D assets, and as well as publish it to the web where you can try it live and in real time. We have plans to support other product categories. We started with eyewear and footwear because those are like the most pressing ones from our previous customers. But we plan to add more features like for jewelry, for wristwear, and even headwear. So that's part of the things how we are making it easy for brands to create virtual try-on experiences, as well as digital creators or digital fashion designers. So that's pretty much about it. I just wanted to keep it short and open to asking any questions. You can get started at euphoria.ar, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and my email is also up here. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
Derek.
so much.
Nice job. I have to ask, and I'm so happy, by the way, that you mentioned jewelry, because I think that's a very important application from a branding perspective. Wanted to ask you a little bit about that in terms of how you're finding that. Typically, we find lighting is a little bit more of a challenge and things like that as we're looking to really kind of display the brilliance of some of the jewelry. How are you thinking about that, and how is that shaping up, do you feel, in the immersive space?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think one of the major reasons why jewelry is very difficult is the kind of materials that it has, and most technologies right now, even our current tech, use like physically based materials. So there are two ways we currently do it. One, we set up an environment that has a huge amount of reflection. So if you check our models or 3D models on our website, we manually optimize each of them, simply to give the most realism and make it as lightweight as possible. So what happens with jewelry is, if you want to have extreme quality, it's usually a trade-off, right? It's going to be very heavy in size and also terrible customer experience. But what we do is we really compress that and then use the environment lighting to give the 3D model that bit of extra life and that bit of glitter that it needs. Another way we're going about it is adding raycast to our web AR try-on. Raycasting is what is estimate bounce light bouncing. So that's another way of going about it. But by the time we release it, it will have all of that functionality. But right now, with good environmental lighting and our lightweight 3D models, which are actually WebAssembly models, not direct 3D models. We actually compress them to WebAssembly, very very light, very 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 lightweight. We can actually push the best of a 3D model out there, and then users can try it out.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Cool. Yeah, so have a question
Alright.
from Joba. Yeah.
Yeah, how affordable is experiences? Yeah, so like I said, we try to make it as affordable as possible. We are actually going as low as $5 right now per model. So if you have a say sneaker model, a sneaker 3D model, you upload it to our platform. For as low as $5, we can optimize it for you, and you can actually have it created on your website, compared to The next available solution is probably like $5,000 or so per month. But we actually charge a one-time fee of just $5, where you optimize the model, and then if you're, we then charge based on views. So the $5 goes for about 100 views or so. So if you get more people viewing it, then you get to pay, I think, extra $1 per model per month, which is relative, which is, I can boost my chest and say it's truly the cheapest on the market. And because we understand the nature of the markets we're in the African markets, we try to keep it as really lightweight as possible. So yeah.
Awesome. I have a question also. Just like I shared to Daniel, right? The tech is amazing, no doubt, but how can we have like big players like Jumia, for example, Konga, who have like a large e-commerce storefront, right? Buy into such technologies and deploy it with ease, because we know these big brands are not indirectly or directly selling the products, right? They have stores who also like onboard their products and services on the platform, right? So how can we deploy um, AR experiences for big brands, and how can they really buy into it?
Yeah, I think thank you for that. That's a very, very important question because we also cater to resellers or retailers like you mentioned, big retailers like Jumia and Konga. We're actually in talks with a couple of them right now. So what we do is we try to also take a lot of people don't have 3D models for their products. So we leverage AI, and I think Daniel mentioned also using nerves to generate 3D models from the customer's product. So we have two ways we go about it. You either give us your product images and we create a 3D model for you manually, or use a guide. We have a guide for converting your physical products into 3D models, and that's for sneakers. For eyewear, we have an AI that automatically creates an eyewear 3D model. So we can, for eyewear, we can say create virtual try on, let's say for it in a day, we can onboard up to 1,000 SKUs. Um, Depending on how large they want to go. While for sneakers, they can either manually create it with the nerf and then send the nerf to us, and we optimize it and then create the experiences. So we're currently in talks with a couple of them, particularly I think Jumia. So there are definitely ways for us to break down the cost. The main thing is just having a smooth pipeline for converting traditional 2D images into 3D models, and there are a lot of current ways to do that.
Sorry for a follow-up question, right? How can brands also monitor like engagement and analytics using your platform? Do you have like future provisions for that, for them to see that users are actually engaging with it, and if possible, get feedback on possible adjustments?
Yes, so right now we have one general analytics that shows you like a general engagements and conversions on the app. But I think in the next release we're going to have experience based analytics that shows you each particular experience. So right now we're still currently in beta. Because we still develop most of the software. But if a brand wants that much more custom skill, it's something we can actually do. But right now we just have general analytics, and we plan to actually show you direct conversion. So one of the major things that we have on that you can add to your experience is the shop button. So a button that actually links to the product page to checkout. And that's one of the major things we'll also be tracking. And another analytic we'll be tracking is time spent on the experience, right? So what we've realized is, and what is very high conversions for online shopping is really how much engaged the user is, and we've seen that compared to traditional websites, a user using the virtual try-on experience tends to stay five times longer. I want to explain all of that to the brands, and also give them ways for them to use it, for them to be able to use it on their own end.
Great. Thank you so much. Sorry, we're short of time. We'll have asked some like a couple of more questions. We're having feedback from the audience. Joshua is saying, "Well done, right? Static work you guys are doing with AR software products from Africa, right? So thank you so much, Derek. Amazing product, by the way. Just keep at it.
Yeah,
Like
thanks.
Dr. Morris said, let's just keep building and keep inspiring a lot of people out there.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Have a great
Derek.
one. So yeah, I'm having fun. I don't know about you guys, but me and Jennifer are definitely having fun, right? Amazing insights and knowledge, products, experiences. It's amazing. It's an amazing feeling to be in XR at the moment, and I'm super glad to be showcasing and giving a platform for these guys to showcase what they do with XR. We'll be moving on to our next amazing speaker, Elena. She'll be sharing her thoughts on a very interesting topic, Web 3.0 meets nursing. And Elena is in the back end. I'll be adding her to the stream.
Hello,
hi, Elena.
hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you
Very
great.
well.
Well,
Good,
awesome.
good.
Thank you so much for inviting me here today and having me. I'm really grateful.
You're welcome. I was wondering if you're ready for us. You have anything to share?
Yep.
Please proceed.
So I'll just give a brief intro on myself. My name is Alana Whitaker. I am a retired ICU nurse. I did that for 13 years. I keep my credentials active because I'm actively exploring the intersection of health and tech now, which there is so much intersection. I have 2 ed tech businesses. One is Digital Green Book, where I do a whole host of things. I interview people who are deeply immersed inside of the tech space, in addition to teaching women, children, and elderly people how to safely onboard into this space in small groups, because you really need to be able to nurture people. I also have another business called Blue Collar to the Blockchain, where it's more of a business to business interface. And we host social activations to really let the community engage with different types of tech. I sort of fell into this industry on accident. I think I fell in love with tech in general because of nursing. My specialty when I was nursing was ICU. I did that the bulk of my entire career. When you think about the intensive care unit, you literally use some sort of piece of tech or device to monitor every single portion of the human body, whether it's your heart rate and your respirations and your breathing, or checking your lab work, the level of sensitivity and the amount of calibration that goes into that. Or literally, I run artificial organs for people, everything from dialysis for kidneys, CRRT to help the liver, everything. I say all of that to say now that we have all of the technology already necessary to really jump into the future. It's really just upskilling and training people on how to use it. And I'm really passionate about that. I think there's things that we could do as a society to really galvanize people to jump more into this future. So some of the things I'll be sharing with you today is how I see the overlap between nursing and where Web3, specifically blockchain, is coming in. I'm really excited where it's going because it's actually getting some really decent attention from larger institutions that have the funding to make this go. So I'm going to share my screen.
Let's go ahead.
Boop, boop. Present. Share screen. Boop. And window. There we go.
Great.
Okay. So I'm going to present this first, and then I'm going to go through a series of tabs to show you where you can look up some of these resources on your own. Digital Green Book, again, this is where I'm educating people on the weekends. And today we're talking a bit about Web3 and some of the concepts that go into that. So there's a lot of different concepts that make up Web3, but our focus today specifically is the blockchain technology that powers it underlying. Essentially, it's just a way to share information in a decentralized way, meaning that not one entity has control over everything. That's the main difference between Web 2, which is the internet how we know it, and Web 3, which gives us as the end user control to make things and create things. Specifically, a blockchain, I'm sure you've already talked about this today, but just to be thorough, is a transparent digital ledger or record online where uneditable information can be stored. So if I go in there, I document some instance or a price or a project, it's there. And if I need to make updates or changes to it, that'll be on the next block. That'll be on the next instance that I do. So why this gives us as the people so much comfort in blockchain technology. When I'm explaining this concept to people, they like it because, oh, I can actually put a patent on the blockchain, or I can actually get credit for the music that I make. Or if I get my driver's license and I physically lose it, it could be stored there and I can go back and access it. When you break the concept down like that to the everyday person, they become passionate about it. And my personal focus really is on the everyday person because all of this tech is wonderful, but it won't matter if we're not all stepping into the future together. So For transparency, this is where blockchain technology comes in. This is a basic infographic. You can screenshot this. You can come back to it later. But these are some of the different things that goes into each version of the internet that we've used so far. So the read-only internet, that was old school code in HTML. I remember being a little girl, and in 3rd or 4th grade, they started bringing IBM computers into our classroom. And you start playing with the open brackets and the body. And I think the first thing I learned how to do was embed a musical song on like a Black Planet page. Oh my God, I'm dating myself. But that was really empowering, and it made me interested in things like coding. A step up to Web 2, which is what most people are comfortable with now. If you use apps on your phone to order some Uber Eats, or if you just want to have a great internet connection and not have to worry about who's managing it, that's Web 2 now. But Web 3 really calls us as the end user to get involved. So this is everything from engaging with the metaverse and some nice VR headsets, and there's other types of headsets that I'll get into in a bit, all the way to seeing how we can engage with decentralized apps as end users. This could be as simple as buying currency off of a Web3 website like Uniswap or something like that. But some of the concepts I'm really harking in on today is blockchain technology. And I really like Internet of Things as well. A lot of hospitals are really leaning into those 2 main concepts. So this is me. This is Alana. I've already introduced myself. I've worked at a bunch of hospitals. I started at Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida. I did chemotherapy, bone marrow transplant, in an intensive care unit, and then I started travel nursing. So I got to work at a lot of larger institutions that are now investigating this blockchain technology. Some of the different components that they're really leaning into is how can we put all of our medical records on the blockchain. I think this is one of the biggest calls to action. The first thing I'll say, if anyone's watching and you're in healthcare and you really want to help your institution step into the future, they need to digitize the information first. Even now in 2023, I still know a lot of hospitals that have paper charting still. We can't really get you onto the blockchain if you haven't put that in an electronic medical record of some sort, or even starting to use EMARs. Although I do know a lot of hospitals are starting to step that way, but even remote doctors' offices, hospitals often have the largest budgets, easiest for them to go ahead and do this. But when we really think about the end user and making the user experience, the patient experience better, we have to think about the small mom and pops doctors, the rural doctors, the urgent care clinics. They really have to take the charge to also get the patient health information onto some sort of electronic system, so these new types of technology can be utilized easily. So I'm going to pull up a couple of different hospitals that are actively exploring this, and then we'll chat about that as well. The other thing I really, really want to drive home, if I don't get another chance to say it today, people often ask me, what role inside of tech should I really consider or lean into if I want to be inside of this space? And I say, just like a restaurant, if you think about a restaurant, sure, the chef and the food is what makes the restaurant. So the chef in this instance would be the coder, the person writing out the technical code that builds out all these amazing things that we're going to use. But you still need a busboy, you still need a waitress, you still need a dish guy, you still need a marketer, you still need someone running the house. The same thing is true of blockchain technology, of Web3 technology. Don't feel like you just have to know how to code. That's not all. We need community managers. We need a whole host of roles. So anything that you think you can apply to a restaurant, those roles are also available in Web3. I just wanted to take a moment and say that. But look into UX UI. UX UI is literally the aesthetics of things, making things pretty and easy to use for the everyday person. If you think about the stuff that you have now, when you're paying on your phone with, say, Apple Pay or Google Pay, it's super simple. You might not know all the technology that powers that. You don't know the codecs and then the binary system that powers it, but you know you can tap your phone, you can pay, and you can eat. So that's the UX UI of it. It made it super simple to open your wallet, tap, and pay. I say that's the same thing that's true of any of these concepts that we're getting into. If you want to make yourself invaluable and you might want to take on that challenge, look into UX UI as a career. There's a lot of great coding boot camps and things that can get you prepared to be a UX or UI designer. That's user interface and user experience. those are going to be really invaluable roles, no matter what company, no matter what industry, no matter what vertical, because you're responsible for making the everyday person able to digest this information. Okay. And the other note that I'll say, how are institutions mainly getting involved in Web3 and blockchain now? Well, the most obvious way is medical records. I touched on that a bit earlier, but they're really looking at it more so like an intranet, which you can treat blockchain that way as well. The same way that there's blockchains that are easily accessible and tangible for everyone to look at. Say if you want to go look up a Ethereum transaction on Etherscan. Everyone can see that, even if it's in your wallet. Everyone can see that transaction. There are ways to make blockchains more private and internal, especially if an institution like a large hospital has the funding to build out their own blockchain, like their own intranet. So we can keep this information very secure and private. We still can be compliant with HIPAA. We can still do all of those things, but still get data on there and allow really rapid user experiences to happen, which will make it easier when I check into work. I just scan my badge, it recognizes me on the blockchain, and we can keep going. Okay, so, and this is one infographic I'll show you before I hop over to some different tabs. Some of the things that I spent a great deal of time talking about is extended reality. So I showed you my VR headset earlier. This is virtual reality. When you think about occluding your senses so that you're in a specific universe, that's virtual reality. You're giving yourself an entirely new universe to play in. And we've been playing with virtual reality technology for quite some time. But then there's augmented reality. You're already using augmented reality on your phone. If you pull up your Google Maps and you look for directions and you hold up your phone and it looks through your camera lens, you'll see arrows pop up and it can help guide you. That's augmented reality. It's just overlaying on what you're using now. Or if you've heard of the game Pokemon Go, you look through your phone and now you see a Pokemon standing next to the fire hydrant. It's sort of like that. And then mixed reality is super cool. This is a vertical I'm exploring deeply right now. I'm sort of traveling to different places and playing with this tech actively now. That's what I travel a lot if you follow me on LinkedIn. Mixed reality in a nutshell, there's different devices that you can use that give you that augmented reality feel where you can see your actual environment, but just with some things overlaid on it. But with mixed reality, you can do things like write instructions on there. You can do things like coach classes, like say you're looking through your headset and say you're looking at the human heart and you're a doctor and you're teaching a whole bunch of interns. You can literally look at this human heart and say, is this blood vessel? Do you see how this is occluded? There's so many implications for mixed reality technology. And there's 4 or 5 different institutions that are actively using it and graduating their graduates with it right now. And I'll talk about one of them in just a bit. So that's the end of that. I want to flip over now and go back over some of these things. So when we're talking about blockchain-based electronic health records, MIT has done a really good job of documenting a pilot program of this. MIT is a university up north, and they have a program that they launched called MedRec. So electronic health records would be like, you scrape your knee, you go to the ER, you get a whole bunch of lab work done. It has your name, you get a sensitive patient number on there, you get some kind of treatment. It'll have your name, your doctor's name, and all of the things that occurred when you went to the hospital. Well, instead of you getting that thick ream of paper at discharge, now all of those things can be electronically documented, stored online, and both you and the doctor can see them in real time. Not only does it cut down tangible tree waste from printing out papers, but it also allows you and the doctor to get the information rapidly as it's updated. Like if your labs are printed in the lab, they're updated and you see it, the doctor sees it, the lab sees it, all in real time. So it's way faster. And in addition to that, they can't edit it. So if there is an error or something, they need to add another addendum to the documents and things of that nature. But in addition to that, when they did this trial, they found out that the ease of use was so much easier for the doctor, the patient, the hospital, the insurance company. It was easier for everybody. So this is a great clinical trial for you to read over. If you just Google MIT and MedRec project, you can pop this right up. I think it was such a great deployment of blockchain technology. And based on this trial, they're actually deploying blockchain in a lot of other institutions. So I thought that was super, super cool. Okay, the next thing I'm going to talk about is personal health records on the blockchain. I actually had the privilege personally yesterday. I can't believe it's the 26th today. I just got off of a flight last night, so I'm like, what day is this? I went up to Washington, D.C., and I actually sat on a panel in an organization called the Government Blockchain Association in Washington, D.C. And one of my co-panelists was literally working in the Estonian government. So in Estonia, for the last 10 years, they've actively been using blockchain technology with their citizens. So they have something called KSI blockchain. So if you're a user over there, if you want to store your driver's license, your birth certificate, your death certificate, if you want to start a business like an LLC or a nonprofit, you can do all of those things easily in real time on the blockchain. And the benefit for the end user is that if the government accesses your data or your health records or any of those documents for any reason, that instance is logged on there. So if you want to inquire like, hey, government, why did you come access my medical records? They have to disclose that information to you. So it gives an extra layer of protection for you as the patient and the end user, or just as a citizen of that country. And it gives an extra layer of protection for the government because they transparently see who you are. When I sat and talked with Tambet, he not only did he actively show me the user interface of the system that they use, but he said you can do something like file and start a new nonprofit in 15 minutes from start to finish. Like, when I think about some of the areas that we could improve, I'm in North America. I live in the state of Florida, in Jacksonville. Even though it's 2023, we're really antiquated with the way that we handle medical records, business filings, speed violations like traffic tickets. I get those frequently. I didn't say that. And just documentation in general, because a lot of these rural systems that really depend on infrastructure are still on just paper. So again, my call to action at the beginning of this was, if we really want to step into the future, we first need to digitize everything, meaning let's scan it, let's upload it into some universal system, and then go ahead and move it over to a blockchain layer solution. And there's a lot of different programs that you could use. I don't want to be prescriptive of that because that's really unique to what vertical or what industry you work in. So what works for a hospital and a healthcare EMR might be completely different for the Department of Motor Vehicles. But these technologies already do exist. It's just a matter of these institutions using the licensing and signing up to use it as well. So, but KSI blockchain is really cool. Their website is up and active. If you just Google KSI blockchain and Estonia, you can easily get to their website and do a deep dive on how they've been using blockchain technology for over 10 years. Their crime rates are down, citizen happiness is up. I think he said, in addition to Estonia, Finland is now using the system. If I'm not mistaken, the Czech Republic is also using the system. Basically, that cluster of countries over there all utilizing blockchain technology actively in everyday life. It's not a myth. It's not when is it coming in the future. It's right now. So the other thing that I want to touch on, decentralized telemedicine. Oops, a typo. Decentralized. Boop. Thank you. Real-time editing. MedCredit. So if you're not familiar with what telemedicine is, it really boomed during the pandemic. Telemedicine is the ability to hop on a virtual call like you and I are doing right now. And shout out to Miriam Croak. I always have to do that because I believe in innovation across the board as far as anyone's concerned. If you have the ability to create something, you're a hero in my eyes. But I really want to shout out Miriam Croak because she's the woman who invented the capability. She holds the patent for video streaming. Black woman. Just had to say that. Deeply impressed by her. I think she holds over 108 patents or something of that nature, alive and well. And I forget which, I think she searched for Google, if I'm not mistaken, but just want to give her flowers. Thank you for streaming. This is why people are listening to me right now in this instance. But I digress. Decentralized telemedicine really boomed during the pandemic because people were quarantined. They couldn't leave their house, but they were still getting ill, or maybe they had a colic baby at home, or maybe they were taking care of their elders and they were getting sick, but they still needed to see a practitioner, but they couldn't leave their house because of the pandemic. So doctors had to rapidly change the way that they were seeing their patients at that time. And one of the ways they were able to do that was by leveraging streaming technology, video conferencing, everything from Zoom to Skype to Teams, all of it. And now there's different standardized practices in place with that. And there was a big pushback at first because HIPAA's like, is the patient information safe if it's going over video call? But there's actually been different laws surrounding HIPAA and video streaming to accommodate the need for it because the pandemic went on so long. Due to this now, you can check out MedCredits is a company. I'm going to slide over here. Here we go. Oh yes, I wanted to find that URL. I'll find that URL and I'll pivot back to this. I had their original URL, but they've changed their URL since then. But MedCredits is a company basically that you can prepay credits onto the blockchain, and you can actually use streaming and telehealth in real time. But I need to find their updated URL. So pardon me for that, for not having that for you. Also, the concept that we're using in nursing right now are decentralized clinical trials. So if you're not familiar with what a clinical trial is, this is where if there's a sickness or an illness or an area in medicine that we want to explore as individuals, doctors will really take it upon themselves to design a clinical trial around a medication or a study, and then they'll ask patients for their consent and actively test on those patients. So clinical trials can be very rigorous. I've done a few of them for doctors. At the time when I was a bedside nurse, sometimes it's really dependent on how meticulous and accurate you are with getting the lab work and documenting in real time. So say we're testing the efficacy of a brand new medicine, right? If I'm late with getting the medicine to the lab work to the laboratory, or if I'm late administering the medicine to the patient and documenting that accurately, I could be messing up the clinical trial. I could be actually not showing how well or how effective the medicine is, or if the medicine's ineffective, we won't know. So literally them putting blockchain technology on top of this allowed them to store the documents more securely and allowed the physicians to see the information in real time, uneditable. So that is a really great project to check out. There's actually an NIH published article on this, which is super, super awesome. So if you want to check this out, you can just Google decentralized clinical trials, and it was done by Gail A. Van Norman. And it was a really good investigation of how to use blockchain technology on top of that, above and beyond the traditional medical record system. So the other thing I want to mention, because I know we don't have too much time, are health data marketplaces. So one of the things that I think is an issue personally from the Web 2 culture that was created, and I'll scroll back down to this slide to emphasize that. During Web 2, because businesses were really trying to figure out how to harvest and utilize information and metrics about a person to find out what they liked, it became a competition to see, how can I advertise to a person the best? How can I listen to them? Have you ever said something in front of your phone like, oh, I really want some sweet potato pie, and now you see 10 ads for sweet potato pie? Google AdSense and other entities really have a partnership with a lot of the existing technology to be able to harvest that data from you with or without your consent to some degree. They do get consent when you download these apps and use these devices, because they'll show you something called an end user license agreement. So you might be consenting to something and not even realizing it right at the start of download. But I say that to say, in Web 2, it was really desirable by these larger entities and companies to get data to really customize advertising to you, which could be good in some instances if you're willing and open to it. But that's why I do like things like updated Web3 browsers like Brave browser, where they have to pay you to advertise it to you, or you have to opt in to be advertised to. I think the same is true of health data marketplaces. Like even now, companies can really advertise to you to put certain medications in front of you, or to put different products in front of you, and that might not even be what you really desire. But things, and based on your health history, they could really leverage that data against you. So if you have psoriasis, you might be advertised 15 different psoriasis medications, which it sounds like it might be a good thing, but it's sort of targeted. If, say, one medication has more funding than another, it can be sort of predatory. So I like things like this, where they actually put the humanity back into health data, where you're protected from being advertised to in that way, and you can opt into these things. And this site's powered by blockchain technology, humanity.co. So let me get rid of this little pop-up. So you're managing your private data is going to be a big deal as far as blockchain technology and Web3 is concerned, because you can control what is released, what you're advertised to, and if you don't like something, you can sort of opt out of it. So I think this is a really great website to check out as well if you want to dig a little bit deeper into how they're utilizing blockchain technology. And there's a lot of bigger companies that are utilizing this as well. So if people are looking for potential places to work, right, I would look at a lot of the larger sponsors or a lot of the companies that are mentioned on these websites and inquiring about careers there, because they're clearly actively using this technology in real time. What else did I want? Oh, one thing I want to touch on, which I think is super cool, super cool. So touching back on the difference between XR, extended reality, which is the umbrella that encompasses VR, AR, and MR. Somewhere that's actively using a mix of AR and MR technology now is Case Western University. They just graduated 2 different cohorts of doctors from being trained using XR technology. So there's a curriculum built into the headsets. So imagine some sunglasses that's overlain onto your actual environment, but you get to see the human anatomy built in front of you. I think that is so cool and so amazing. And it cuts down on how invasive procedures can be. There's different things that there's different things that are being investigated now, as far as uploading the patient's actual images into the device so you can pre-plan for surgeries and things like that. So imagine how much safer that is for the patient. Say I upload all your MRIs and your CAT scans and your ultrasounds into this digitized piece of information, and we can internally look at your actual body to plan for a procedure or a surgery before we even cut into you. It'll cut down on error. It'll reduce time on the table. I think it's phenomenal. So I think that's a great product or project to look into. I think that's super cool and has deep implications for how doctors and nurses are trained, or healthcare workers in general. Shout out to the phlebotomists and the EMTs and everybody else, the respiratory therapists that power everything. I also want to just give you some general articles that you can look into that I thought were really succinct and really great at summarizing some of this information. Blockchain really is transforming nursing. The reason why I lean more into nursing as opposed to other professions, nurses have some of the highest contact time at the bedside with the patient, meaning that, and I absolutely love doctors and all of the other DOs and NPs, all the other healthcare providers as well. But specifically as it relates to nursing, especially in the ICU, speaking for myself, for those entire 12 hours, I'm there with my patient. It's rare that I'm not in the room, meaning that if I have to deploy a particular type of technology or monitor them or jot down some metrics or get some lab work, it's going to be me. And shout out to the nursing assistants as well. Y'all really help us maintain patient dignity. So thank you for that as well. But it's really going to be the nurse when it comes to deploying this type of technology. So one of my larger call to actions for a lot of these institutions would be, if you're going to deploy this type of tech, if you're going to galvanize the workforce, you really do want to lean into nursing, because we have the most contact with the patient at the bedside. We typically know the most details about the patient, like everything from how they can actually drink their water or their favorite snack, all the way down to his heart rate's not normal. This is different than how he's behaving before. So this is a great summation, I think, how blockchain is transforming the nursing profession. Sawyer Lab does a lot of investigative work into different types of tech in general in the healthcare space. So that I think this is a great article. The other thing I like, Maryville University is a university that's actively exploring blockchain usage as well. And they do have healthcare degrees and professions available as well. So I'm sort of stalking their curriculum a little bit to see how they're deploying different types of technology here. But they actually have different blockchain certifications and credentials available there. So when they publish new literature and things of that nature, I do follow along with that as well. But a lot of the larger institutions are actively investigating blockchain technology now, all the way from MIT, Mayo Clinic, all of them are. And it doesn't get much attention on the media, which is a little bit baffling to me, because it really is revolutionizing healthcare. But I'm just giving you a lot of different resources to check into, because when we leave this talk today, I don't want it to just be this, oh, blockchain is great and I see the applicability for nursing. I want you to actually have some places that you can go to do some deep dive research on your own as well. And then the last one that I want to point to, I believe this was one of the vendors, don't quote me on this, that one of the larger hospital institutions, I'll say it like that, are actively investigating and utilizing to deploy blockchain-based electronic health records on. So actively, like now, they're actively exploring that now. So while they might still, for patient comfort, be interfacing the way that the patient is used to, they're testing this deeply in real time in the live environment. So tracking, pardon me, tracking lab work, storage of data, storage of credentials, images, pardon me. And it's all overlain on top of blockchain technology. So I know I did a ton of talking. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Stop screen. And if you have questions, we can launch into them. Yay.
Great. Thank you so much. A lot of insight, I must say, use cases, examples, and actual products, right? So well done. Jennifer, do you have any questions?
Yeah. So, I think it's really interesting when we start to talk about data privacy and, some of the applications that where we tend to have more concern, right, about sharing personal data. Can you talk to us a little bit about the ethical considerations and things like that come into play when we're talking about really sensitive identifying information around people in the digital space?
You're muted.
You're muted right now, Alana.
Sorry about that. I had a little coughing fit. So I'm like,
no worries.
One of the ironic things is I feel like people are almost more hesitant or reticent around blockchain technology and its implications, even though it's more secure than how we're currently doing things. It was funny. Somebody mentioned on panel yesterday, as far as money is concerned, they're like, oh, what if the thief just comes and does this crazy large transaction? We can track it down. It's blockchain. It's an open transaction ledger. We know which wallet did what, and we can go find it. In fact, a lot of the fraudulent crime activity that's happened on blockchain, they've been able to rectify a lot of those stories in the news. As opposed to right now, if I just walked up with a briefcase of money and did some shady stuff in the alley, sure, the money might have a serial number on it, but it's harder to track that with the way we're doing things now. I think the same is true of healthcare documentation. It's way easier now to unfortunately do something malfeasant with how medical records are handled now, as opposed to us actually moving over to this new type of technology. There are some ethical implications, like making sure that the end user or the patient has full control and access as the most vulnerable party in this situation, and making sure we don't do another situation like I was talking to with advertisement, Google AdSense data, and people curatedly advertising to you, utilizing your personal details. But with blockchain technology, especially the way they want to set things up like an intranet for some more protected class institutions, I actually think it'd be way safer. I think it'd be way safer as opposed to, I'm sure you at least once in your lifetime gotten that email like, oh, our data was breached at this large institution. We're going to give you 6 months of free credit reporting. Like, what? Honestly, the way we're handling data and monitoring it isn't safe now. So I would rather start exploring some of these safer options, to be honest.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think nursing is such an interesting topic, and definitely one that where we see a lot of challenges that we can solve with some emerging tech, particularly as it relates to credentialing and upskilling and making sure that we have enough nurses and that they have the skill set to be able to do the jobs that they need to do. So really appreciate all of your insight and the pieces that you've brought to the table. You can see on the screen, definitely appreciated by our audience as well.
Thank you so much. And as far as the nursing shortage, I'll say this. As someone who worked in a department that typically has a high turnover, they actually statistically measure how often people walk away from which role inside of nursing. ICU has one of the highest levels of burnout, actually. And I did it for 13 years. The average tenure inside of ICU is 18 months to 2 years. I would literally fell in love with ICU just because of how much biometric data was there and how deeply I could interact with different components of the human body. And often when I was talking to my peers And honestly, I worked at so many different facilities, so I feel like I got a pretty robust mix of opinions. Most people didn't step away because it was a hard job, because it can be hard sometimes, but they didn't step away from that. They didn't step away due to lack of equipment, because that can be a challenge sometimes. They typically stepped away because they felt powerless to really implement change for their patients in a certain type of way. And I really do think this technology will solve some of those gaps, because oftentimes the ball gets dropped due to a delay of information transmittal, or a slow response of a medication coming, something like that. There's deep implications with blockchain technology, especially as far as supply logistics. So if we can get meds to people faster, if we can track and see exactly where something is so we can give our patient accurate information, I think that would slow down a lot of the burnout, actually. I really do. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish we have more time. Would have asked a lot of questions, but we are a bit short of time, and really appreciate your insights and for sharing. Thank you so much, Elena.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I really had a blast. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Alana.
Awesome. So we're down to 2 sessions, I think. Yeah, 3, sorry. So up next is Jacob, very good friend also. So Jacob will be sharing what they are currently doing at World eVisual, and I'll be adding Jacob to the stream to give a little bit of intro about himself before we share a recorded version of his showcase. Hi, Jacob, how are you?
Hi, Romy. I'm all right. How are you guys doing? Thank you very much.
Fine, thank
You're
you.
doing well. Great to see you, Jacob.
Could you please introduce yourself before we share your recorded?
Okay, so my name is Jacob Mwesigwa. I started as an architect working for an architectural firm in Uganda. I later on, because I became a developer for augmented reality in 2016, and that led us down the road for game development, and later on virtual reality development in 2018. And since then, we've been creating immersive experiences for art and exploration. And moving forward, we have adopted education as our main focus area, trying to improve skills development for both soft and hard skills in vocational training institutions and in secondary and university schools. Hard skills like architecture, civil engineering, automotive, and vehicle manufacture. Soft skills such as public speaking and all that. Yeah, so that's mainly the work we do here at Poly. It's the background over here also.
Awesome.
Yes.
So if you're good, we will share your showcase. Jennifer, could you help with that?
Let's get that started.
Great.
All right, then. Okay.
Yeah. So if you have any questions regarding the showcase, please drop in the chat and we'll relay them to Jacob.
Hi, my name is Tim Chris Ham. I am a co-founder and developer at World eVisual.
My name is Lona Okeng. I am the creative founder at WOE.
My name is Jacob Mwesigwa. I am the founder and team lead of World eVisual. We create immersive learning educational applications using virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence to help educators, learners, and students obtain the skills they require in their everyday workforce. This empowers them to have the ability to learn this experience using experiential learning and edutainment that can be helpful to further engage them beyond the norm of reading textbooks and attending their classrooms. We customize our educational packages to suit the need of the student in that particular use case scenario that they aim after.
So World eVisual, where did we start? World eVisual started as a game development company in Uganda, and we saw that game development is good and there are not so many people doing it. But as a startup, with time you get to redefine your objectives and your goals. So we started doing immersive major. So immersive major involves virtual reality, it involves augmented reality and other technologies like AI and machine learning in fields like education, in fields like architecture, real estate, tourism, and we're all over the place. But as I said, we got to redefine our objectives and we got to stick on education, because why education? Well, from various research, education in Uganda is mostly theoretical and practical. So we saw to it that why not provide immersive major in education, and which has a big potential being scalable in education, where people are able to learn through gamification, you're able to, in other words, you're able to learn through play and you're able to grasp concepts, education concepts, you're able to see and learn from objects that you can't really get, equipment, labs that you'll probably never reach, but through immersive major, you're able to get this kind of education, this kind of practical education anytime at your own convenience, and you're able to learn in a playful manner, and you're actually able to grasp very hard concepts. So in education, it was really hard in Uganda, it was really hard for people to actually enjoy this kind of technology and embrace it, because it's new. People are always hesitant that this, that. So with this kind of technology, we had to go event after event after event, events like the Billcom and so many other events that we had to go to and actually engage people with big numbers and in broad numbers, and it was really crazy. But we really took the time to actually go person by person, explain, and people started getting the use cases of virtual reality, of AI, and of augmented reality in education. So with all this and choosing education in specific, we did, for this 1 year that we've been operating, it has been hard, but we did expound on it and go school by school and really impact so many people that are in the education field. And I would love to say that people have actually embraced immersive major, and people believe that it's scalable and it's able to reach the corners of Uganda, corners of East Africa. And I would love to say that as a company, we are in this field, in the field of education, and trying to use technology to make the learning path of young creative minds better, to build on their careers, so that we may have a lovely and educated Uganda.
With the help of real-time technology and augmented reality, these solutions are closer than ever.
This year, in collaboration and partnership with Enable, the Belgium Development Agency, we rolled out the very first of its kind virtual reality solution for soft and hard skills training across 7 technical and vocational education training institutions in Uganda. So over the next couple of years, 1,400 students will acquire practical skills in fashion, in design, in mechanics, and in construction, as well as soft skills that then improve their employability using virtual reality as a medium of training.
It's really so exciting that this is a new technology that is going to help us in the institutions we are in, and it's going to change a lot of students' minds about how to conduct lessons, how to get more knowledge in a real sense in the real world.
What has excited me most in this virtual reality training is I have a feeling that this training is the best way to produce a clean workshop, meaning we don't need too much material, no congestion in training space.
If we go in my department of fashion and design, when you cut a cloth, it is done. There is nothing like repair, but when you do in virtual reality, you can repeat and repeat and repeat until you get it in mind, and then you can transform it on a certain fabric.
Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the whole world, but every year 40,000 young people join the labor force seeking opportunities to extend their skill sets, seeking opportunities for employability. However, they are working against a 9,000 job market. This leaves 78% of this really skillful and talented young talent pool without opportunities for employment. At WOE, our vision is to skill the next 1 million young people in Uganda and across Africa over the next 10 years with the skills to actively participate in the global digital economy, which includes the rise of the metaverse, which includes the emerging technology and immersive media landscape. Some of the job opportunities that will be available for that new market include content creators, include educators, include developers. And at WOE, we are committed to filling in that gap.
And today we are here at ISBAT University to celebrate International Day of Light with the theme, The Light is the Key to Sustainability. And today we had the team from WOE Visual to talk about and to demonstrate about the artificial intelligence for the visual and the visual reality. And that's what we have seen today, that the importance of the augmented and the visual reality, not only for the demonstration, but it's only for the education moreover actually, in the ways when you're performing any such kind of experiments, before going to the hardware directly, you can use this technology to perform in well advance and you can train yourself. And that's what we have seen, that one of the person willing to design a bike, but before going for the designing of the bike in the physical way, first they can do it through the augmented reality, and they can see how they can learn through the machine itself, through the visual effects. The same way when they go for the field, then it will be easy for them to practice because they've already practiced through the visual effects.
Imagine I can practice assembling my equipment before I actually get to do the real work physically. I think that's a huge advantage to it, because like myself experimenting with my prototypes that I've been doing, many times we run into errors, we burn up the different pieces of equipment just because we didn't have a prior knowledge of how to assemble them. But now with the VAR coming in, we get to do the practicals before we really get to the actual device. It's a huge change maker.
Moving forward at WOE, we intend to have more educational packages that are tailored to the field of learning of the students that we are engaging in, have more developers on board to help us further develop these contextualized skills applications, because they will be in turn needed by the various fields in which they work in. For example, this can be tailoring content that is useful for the everyday carpenter with the limited resources that they do have, whilst also providing the information that they will need for the future of work and the new machinery that they are going to have, but are not currently available in their society. Our future goals at WOE are not only geared around just developing more VR applications, but are actually aimed at providing the most needed skills contextualized to the African setting and the Ugandan setting, using what we know works and what we know could work. At WOE, our future goals rotate not only just around developing more virtual reality and augmented reality and artificial reality content, but we are also actually looking forward to creating more impactful educational packages that not only skill our students, but give them the confidence to stand in their field of study and provide the most needed solutions in our society's recurring problems. This is through creating more meaningful partnerships with individuals and companies or corporations that are intensively working at skilling the young African, and also providing with them the platform to air their solutions to our everyday challenges. We visualize ourselves making a 60% impact on our education system in Uganda, providing more impactful solutions to the problems that are affecting our societies through engaging interaction with these skills-based training programs that we are going to be developing in the long run, helping our government and Ministry of Education to provide more impactful based training for our students, educators and learners, giving them the power to obtain, maintain and strive for a better future in our economy.
Special thank you to the whole Extended Reality Summit team for putting together such a fantastic platform, an opportunity for players in the space across all the different regions, whether it's Francophone, whether it's Anglophone, whether it's Lusophone, to come together and just like share ideas and think and collaborate. Massive thank you and great appreciation from WALL-E.
Amazing.
Whoa. Oh, that
Yeah.
was really interesting.
It was.
Yes.
I was almost moved to tears, right? Because you guys are really doing a lot of work, a lot of groundwork in Uganda, right? I would say well done. Right, keep it going. I was wondering, Jennifer, do you have any questions for Jacob?
Thank you.
Yeah. So Jacob, one of the things that really resonated with me in the video was the work that you all are doing to give people opportunity or the opportunity to learn a skill. And it even mentions in the video maybe that they can't learn in their current environment. Can you give us an idea specifically in Uganda of some of the skills that the students are learning that are making them eligible to get new jobs and have new opportunities?
Well, the skills majority of the times are centered around hard skills. So when we say hard skills, we mainly are looking at maybe bricklaying for civil students, or Uganda started now producing and manufacturing their own cars, our own cars. So we are trying to skill people using the VR so that they learn better with in VR so that they do not spend a lot of time in the real world. So we also provide linkages to the employers as well, because once they are trained, we do not just want to release them out there. We'd like to give them places where they can now try out the skills that we've been trying to teach them. So by providing linkages to maybe Total and other firms that are interested in the skills that they've been learning, we're able to create a more impact-based system where you learn something and you can actually put it into practice, rather than learning something and you just deserted over there. So, and as well, hard skills are not the only things that employers are really interested in these days, because you might have all the skills and you can make the best cars or buildings, but if you cannot communicate this to the people, the potential clients, then you're more likely to be held back. So we also provide soft skills like pitching. You can pitch to virtual avatars where they are driven by an AI that can give you feedback on what your body language was and how you can improve your language synthesis or your articulation. So in the end, you have a rigorous path where you can try out all these skills one after the other, so that you are proficient in them when you're done learning. So yes.
Right.
That's wonderful, and a great use of some of the intelligent tutoring systems that we're starting to see pop up. So that's fantastic. Appreciate it. It's an amazing piece of work, and I think inspiring to us all with regards to how you're preparing the future workforce for the opportunities ahead of them. So kudos to you and the team. Very well done.
Well done, Jacob. So if you want to connect with Jacob, you can reach out to him on LinkedIn. His role is available to chat. Due to short of time, we'll be moving on to the next keynote speaker, Tucson. She's already in the back end. And I want to say, if you have any questions for
Thank
any of
you.
our speakers, yeah, feel free to drop it in the chat and we'll relate to them.
Thanks, Jacob.
During the session. So thank you, Jacob.
All right.
I really appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Yeah. Great. I think we are almost at the end. 2 more to go, and we'll be done with the second day of the XR Innovation Summit. Amazing insight so far. I'm really inspired, and I hope you guys are too. So coming up next is Tosan from MTN Nigeria, very good friend, ecosystem partner also. She's doing amazing stuff with the MTN team, and she'll be sharing her thoughts and insight on connectivity as a catalyst, leveraging telecommunication technologies for XR innovation and social impact. Very, very insightful, I must say. So I'll be adding Tosan to the stream. I hope Tosan is ready for us. Let's see. Hi, Tosan.
Yes, I think so. Hello. Hi, everyone. It's been amazing few days. Just to let you know, I've been part of a lot of the sessions, and I think it's great work you guys are out there doing. Well done. And it's good to be part of the program as well, just to bring the perspective of the telecom company in XR and driving all of that innovation that is required.
Amazing, amazing. I don't know if you are ready for us to share your slides.
I mean, I can see a slide, of course. Let me know when you can see my slide.
Okay. Yes, I'm bringing it up. Yeah, it's on now, and
Okay.
you have the floor.
Okay. So I just was looking at all of the innovation that has happened in the last few years with SR, VR, and I'm just thinking how important it is for all of the telecommunication companies to come together and begin to build the infrastructure. And so this is, the basis for the topic I'm going to be speaking about this evening. So I'd like to just look at all of the what the telecommunication company are doing. So this is Africa, so no assumptions here. So we're looking at, the fact that the companies are out there with mobile phones. So we see a lot of, I was just thinking of Africa 20 years ago, and even 25 years ago, before all of the mobile communication and all of the advancement. And I'm just thinking of Africa without telco, in Africa without a telco. So without telecommunication company powering all of these innovations, it will be really difficult for us to be where we are today, where we can actually see advancement in technology and all the XR, VR, interesting things that are going on. So just to provide the background with all of the handsets that we're seeing, and even all of the smartphone, I took a look at all of the telecommunications company in Africa as a whole, MTN, of course, being the biggest. We have Ethiopia Communication, we have Vodafones, we have Orange. So we're seeing communication company bigger than what we have out there in the Western world, all resident in Africa. For instance, MTN, across Africa has over 80, million subscriber just in Nigeria alone. So MTN Nigeria still remains the biggest communication company. And as MTN is moving into a technology company, it's beginning to play in this space of VR and SR technology. So just also looking at all of the innovation that has happened in the past, where we have moving from 1G to 2G to 3G and now 5G. Before now, with lesser technology, I don't want to bore you with all of the details that goes into all of the spectrum and all of the telecoms infrastructure. But with the advancement of technology here and the deployment of 5G in September last year, we started to look at opportunities in deploying Internet of Things. And with the 5G came the VR XR. And since then, it's just been quite interesting. We've seen all of that movement. So I just painted a picture. If you see that, let me know how, you just look at how technology has moved. So 1G was, just having mobile signal and able to make calls through all of those Motorola devices. I don't know if you all remember that. And, I think in Africa, we will remember the Nokia 3310 with 2G. So we could only make basic phone calls and even text messages. And so that technology advanced to 3G, where we are now able to have mobile data. So with 3G came the opportunity to actually pick up your phone and be able to go on the internet. And we saw all of that. We now started seeing messaging coming, not just text messages. We're now seeing all of the WhatsApp and all of those technology that you have. And then the telecom technology advanced to 4G, so which really is now bringing more power into the speed of data and what data can do. And now we are in the era of 5G. I know in countries advanced in Europe, they even have up to 6G. Some of them are even looking at 7G. But speaking of Africa today, we're really the most advanced telecoms technology that we have today is really the 5G. And with this comes real life experiences of the speed of the internet. That's why we'll now see where via SRA can actually power it, because all of this technology, you need a certain level of speed to actually get it working. So I know that we've experienced a lot even since deploying 5G. We've seen a lot of use cases around entertainment, education, healthcare. And as we go around promoting 5G across Nigeria and Africa, we've seen situations where it is here with us. So this technology is here, but we're only getting started.
Sorry to sir.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you confirm you're moving your slides? It's just showing white telecommunications for now.
Okay, can you see the slide has changed?
Yes, it's showing United Nations WTA conference.
Okay, so there is the slide before that. Let me know if you see that.
And the slide currently on now is white telecommunications.
Okay, so let me stop presenting and present again.
Okay.
So just looking at the speed of the internet, let me know if that slide comes up. So you're just looking at all of the advancements and opportunities that telecommunication has actually brought to enable us even speak of XR/VR today in Africa. I think that the slide is coming up.
Yeah, can you give me a second to confirm that?
Just let me know when you see it.
So can you stop sharing and reshare so I can add it to the stream again?
Okay,
sorry.
cool.
Move. Sorry guys for the
Okay, so I'll just jump straight into some of the use cases we've seen. So since launching 5G, there's been interest. There's just been like wide interest across the country. We've seen where we've gone to, there was the United Nations World Tourism Organization, the conference held in Lagos between the 7th and the 10th. And we saw the guy wearing that headset is the United Nations Secretary General for Health. And we can even see the Nigerian Minister of Communication, Lai Mohammed himself, excited about this technology and the possibilities that, 5G has actually enabled in this space. He was really proud to show, that, Nigeria is actually there and we actually have this technology. Also, there was the program, the Flex Nigeria, that Meta came to Nigeria. There was this event around promoting the metaverse as well. And we saw that we were able to use the power of this 5G, and the power of the internet to actually enable all of this possibility and experiences for everybody that was in that concert. So we deployed the internet in that space, enabling people to interact, and even people that joined, from across the globe. It was all powered by the internet and that possibility. So we see that from 1G that enabled us to actually pick up our phone and actually make phone calls. And then we move into the 2G technology, which enabled us in the 90s to be able to send SMS. And then came 3G, where we were now able to go on the internet. And then we now move that technology from 3G to 4G, where you are now able to start messaging, sending emails, and all of those things. So it is clear that with the 5G, is a game changer. So we're now talking of Internet of Things, we're talking of XR, and talking of all of this amazing technology. Now, where does the telecom companies come in to enable all of this innovation? So the telecom company needs to be deploying the right spectrum, the right network to enable all of this technology to work. Without the right internet, you won't be able to even go on the internet and even have this immersive experience. And I've even tried it where I've even taken some, because we still have some sites that are on 3G and even 4G, and I've gone on those sites and I've actually seen that the speed, you can't even, really experience, the internet. So you see the network breaking off. You can't even have a seamless experience as to when you have this 5G. And so this is why it is really critical that, the telecoms infrastructure and technology is the backbone to driving all of this innovation in XR. And so I just looked at the future and all of the use cases that have been discussed out there and all of the work that has been going on. And it is clear that for us to move forward in VR, XR, and all of the experiences that you're creating, it is really important that the telecom communication companies are brought on board to actually power and create that future that is expected. And so once we begin to see the technology advance, that's when, as the technology and XRO and technology is advancing, where we will begin to see it applied for real-time use cases. It is also critical that the telecoms company infrastructure is prepped and ready to move Africa to that next level in this. So I'm happy to take questions. If you have any questions, I want it to be interactive as much as possible, to just ask me any questions in terms of spectrum. I'm happy to take that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tosan, for sharing. So if you have any question in the audience, please drop it in the chat and we'll relate to Tosan. I know Jennifer has a question. I have two. Right, so Jennifer, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'll go first and then you can go with the rest. So Tosan, I've been really looking forward to this conversation and speaking with you. And the reason for that is having been a big part of the digital transformation effort in one of the larger employers, at least in Southern Africa, we were always faced with challenges and in particular some resistance around some of the deployment of immersive technology, particularly mobile enabled. And one of the pieces that we always got back in terms of feedback was that there weren't enough people perhaps that could access more immersive types of formats because they didn't have access to smartphones, right? So we would get feedback back saying it really can only be SMS because we still have a huge portion of the population that's still on feature phones as opposed to smartphones, and that they really just don't have the hardware to be able to support, even if we could provide the data to access it. So I'd love to hear your take on that, right? What proportion of the population is actually does not have access to smartphones right now? Is that actually a challenge? And if so, what can we do from an enterprise perspective to help with some of those challenges?
I mean, you're spot on. So, I mean, we know this is Africa. We're speaking to Africa as a context, and we know smartphone access to loans is not easily accessible. So people are still struggling, to get basic phones. But I think with the technology coming up and with people now being aware of simple applications like WhatsApp, people are now upgrading their devices. So, but then you can't say that everybody in Africa have access to smartphones. So what I've seen us do as a company is where we've partnered with device manufacturers like Samsung, Techno as well, to actually make that, available, for a period of time for people who want to have an experience technology, even as simple as even WhatsApp. So there is that partnership around device management, device ownership, where people don't have to put in that big investment. So yes, so the smartphone, you're spot on, is not easily accessible. All of your iPhone probably is someone's wages for a year or even more, right? So it's not there. But then with the partnership with big companies, and also with apart from the partnership, we've seen manufacturers of smartphones come with lower end smartphone with some basic capabilities like your Techno. There were some events that we've gone ahead with companies like Techno who are addressing that need for having those devices, smart devices, but at a fair price. So we've seen them make available very low end devices for as little as $50 or $40, or which is like maybe 30,000-40,000 naira for people. And even at that, they still have payment plans where people can begin to enjoy those phones for a period of 6 months, and they have the option to pay every day. So yes, so I understand there is challenges around the devices, but there is also plans being made by companies, because you said the more people that they onboard onto this technology, the more growth that they would experience. So as a company, they're interested in getting people onto higher bandwidth, higher speed, so that they have the experience of what it's like. And a lot of people don't know, but when the experience is, they're hooked. I mean, I can't imagine life without WhatsApp or without YouTube. But if I don't know, I never experienced it, I wouldn't know. So I think the gap is around getting people onboarded first. And this is all around the partnerships. And if we can get companies who will keep investing, making all those small loans available for African countries where people have access to devices for little or nothing, I think that it will be a good one. And I dare say that bigger companies can make these devices free of charge. I mean, I know, for instance, in the US or in Europe, it's all payment plans. People have devices bundled with their phone. So I wouldn't take, for instance, in the United States, I wouldn't really see a phone. To get a prepaid phone, it's always a challenge because it comes bundled with like a mobile plan where monthly basis I pay for my phone, and as an addition to that plan, I have access to phone. I have not seen or heard of any company yet in Africa who is doing that, but I think that's the way to go. I mean, if we're really serious around getting people onboarded and getting to use this technology and the services, it'll be good to have such plans for them.
Great. Thank you for your perspective. I really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much, Tostan. So I have 2 questions. Hopefully we'll have time to answer them. The first one is, how can telecommunication companies like MTN Nigeria support XR startups and entrepreneurs in their efforts to create meaningful social change, leveraging on emerging technologies?
So definitely. So generally, most companies are interested in innovative solutions. We have different partnerships like labs, even the foundation as well, that deal with innovations and technologies. So there is also a program that we run. It's like a technology hackathon. So there is a program around staff really starting to join charity organizations. So we have 21 days of yellow care. And I think in 2016, I was able to work to initiate what we call Techathon, where we bring companies who have meaningful products. We organize, but this was more for young people, like secondary school, as we call it over here, where they come and they present technology solutions. So yes, so having that kind of forum where companies and startups can actually come together is something we do regularly. I'm not sure it's publicized, but I will check on that to see that it's available to everyone who is interested. But yes, so there's hackathon where technologies are encouraged and people are made to even win prizes, and if their solution is good, we can go into partnership with them. We have the customer base, we have the platform for people like that. So yes, so that is available. That is available.
Great.
And if we can do in that space, I mean, we can have a chat over it. It'll be good to even expand it as well.
Yeah, that would be great indeed. So my second question is, how can policymakers, for example, NIDA, the Digital Nigeria Initiative, and industry stakeholders like MTN Nigeria collaborate to create an enabling environment for the intersection of XR and also telecommunication technologies?
Yeah, so I mean, we don't have control of policyholders, right? So I wouldn't, yes, I understand that the government is trying, but I will focus more on private sectors, right? So I will focus more on private sectors coming together and taking it upon themselves to actually get technology to work. Because what I've seen is with the size of the telecommunication company and the power, the regulator actually allows telecommunication companies to come together to make decisions and to advise the industry on the way to go. So if as an organization of telecoms provider, we can get together as an organization, as organizations and as stakeholders, we can actually propose a way forward in terms of how that law is influenced today.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for your answers. Jennifer, you have any more questions?
I won't take up more time with any more of my questions, but Tosan, I really do appreciate it. I think the data and the information is critical for all of us, regardless of what part of the ecosystem we're representing. We can't do it without the infrastructure that companies like MTN provide. So really appreciate you being here and sharing your wisdom and insight with us. And I'm sure others will want to connect with you to understand more about how we can work together to get XR distributed more broadly across the continent.
Thanks for having me. And I look forward to more innovation as we begin to apply it, because what I have seen is that more innovation is required. So we continue to work together and continue to drive the knowledge, continue to drive its application, because that's where I see it being applied and going long term. So people wear the Oculus headset and they experience immersive technology, and then they'll be like, what next? So what else do we do with it? So it's when we begin to create the enabling environment for that technology, and not just that, and for other stakeholders to actually come on board and begin to apply that. So the enabling environment is there as telecommunication company, but then other stakeholders coming on board, like the different stakeholders you've had in this meeting, where they're able to apply to education. I've seen the one who spoke about nursing, able to apply to health, and even able to apply to gaming, create content, and all of these things. This is where we begin to enjoy it. So we won't just be thinking of just like how you make phone calls without thinking of who is providing your phone call, or how you just send SMS and you do stuff with your mobile. You don't think twice, who's giving me this opportunity? And this is where it needs to be. And all of this is the use cases that allied companies build on top of the technology that we've provided. And that's what I'm looking forward to. The application of it in use cases that are relevant to Africa. And that's when we begin to forget about the technology and begin to experience real life application of XR.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tosan. That was really,
Thanks,
really, yeah. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
Well, thank you. So we hope to see you all soon. Thanks.
Thanks, Tosan.
Yeah.
I know.
Amazing. It's glad to see that we have major players like MTN Nigeria or MTN Africa jumping on the emerging tech bandwagon, right? I believe they will be open to powering some amazing experiences and technologies in the coming future. So we're down to our last session, the last and amazing session for today, right? We have Sika, who will be talking about XR for all, Nintendo philosophy applied. Interesting topic, I must say. And so guys, thank you so much for staying up to the last session. I know it's long, but it's really insightful and amazing. So feel free to drop any questions you might have for any of our speakers, and we'll be glad to share with them. I'll say a very big thank you to the team in the back end that have made this session amazing so far. You guys are the real champions, and I'm glad to be part of what we're doing. And I want to say big thank you to Jennifer for staying with us up to this end, right? She's simply amazing and a wonderful co-host, if I must say. So I'll be adding Sika to the stream and we'll get started.
Hi, everyone.
So hi, Sika, how are you?
Hi, Jennifer.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Great. So I'll just let you get started. It won't take too much of your time. Your slides are good to go, so just have fun, man.
Okay. So hi, everyone. I am Sika Keita. I'm based in Paris. I was born and raised in France. My father is from Mali, and I have always kept a very tight connection with the country. And for today, I would like to, and I'm lucky to close the session. I have seen some really interesting content, but I would like to loop it back because I see a lot of hope and a bright future. But I would like also to emphasize how much we are already doing amazing things in Africa. And to do so and illustrate this topic, I would like to know if you can recognize this gadget there. And so, sorry, it's right there. This gadget, yeah, you're right, it's a Game Boy. When I was a kid, this is probably the console I used the most. It's a piece of nostalgia for me. And know that this device is definitely not the shiniest one. And it was absolutely not, at the time it was released, using the most advanced technology. Actually, it became one of the best-selling console ever. Do you know what was the secret to its success? Basically, it wasn't trying to be the most technologically advanced. Instead, it was designed with a beautiful concept at its core, which is called lateral thinking with withered technologies. And this concept, if we phrase it in simple words, it's how you use readily available and even outdated technology, but you combine it in a creative way with out-of-the-box thinking. And the result for building stuff with this type of approach is innovation, like true innovation, which is engaging, which is affordable, but most importantly, which is accessible. The Game Boy did not just play a game. It actually transformed how we think about entertainment and technology. I've been spending countless hours playing Tetris on it, and I really loved it. It taught me that you don't always need the latest tech to make an impact. And sometimes you just need a new perspective. So this is what I will try to share with you in the coming moments. As an XR consultant, this is one slide I use quite often when I want to describe the metaverse or XR technologies when I'm making interventions all across Europe or in the US. And this slide talks about all the keywords that the metaverse would encompass. That can be 3D, that can be AI, that can be spatial, avatars, virtual, AR cloud, 5G, of course. As well, I'm using other slides where I would be talking about devices that let people experience those things, like laptop and desktops. On my pictures, those are Apple products. like headsets, HMDs as we call them, head-mounted displays, like the Quest Pro or the Lynx or the Quest 2 that other speakers were mentioning earlier. This is what let you, as common people, experience XR. But we developers, we need tools, we need software, we need assets to build those experiences. We will be using Unity, we will be using Unreal, or sometime even Xcode if we want to develop for the Apple upcoming headset. And of course, we need working station, those super powerful computers that will let us like build the things we need with super expensive and powerful graphic cards. But does that apply when we are back in the context of Africa? Does it apply when we are back in the context of universities in Rwanda, in Mali, or even in Southern Africa? So let me just paint you the picture. The XR Africa report, which was released last year, come up with like extremely interesting insights. But back on my Game Boy, if you remember, it was not the most advanced technology, even during its time. And the creator saw an opportunity, not a limitation. What they did is that, based on a given context, they took the accessible existing technologies and thought of new innovative ways to engage users. So they turned basically the constraints into a playground for creativity. And Africa is facing very specific challenges that were talked about with Roxanne just literally a minute ago about coverage, but we will see that there are other ones that are highlighted in this report. And even though those challenges are unique, they are also opportunities. Africa is a billion of minds. And each of them is capable of bringing a fresh perspective. Each of them is capable of turning the ordinary into extraordinary. This is what I see my family members doing back in Mali. And in this room today, I'm pretty sure we have a lot of tech leaders that are ready to disrupt this status quo, that are already exploring, despite not having access to all the infrastructure and everything. And this is where lies our biggest strength. So back into what is the context in Africa, I just want to highlight 2 points that really touched me when I was reading the XR Africa reports, which was first, one of the reasons hardware costs and availability are issues is because manufacturers do not sell their XR hardware in Africa, even if they got offices there. Why is that? Is it the price of the hardware? Probably. Is it the logistic? Most likely. But exactly like the previous speaker was mentioning, it is also about the infrastructure. Actually, did you know that more than half of people need to connect through a mobile hotspot? And it would be a 4G mobile hotspot, which has a huge impact on performance. Believe me, it's really hard to download 2 gigabytes applications through a hotspot when it's shared with more than 20 people. It doesn't stop there. That would be a 4G hotspot, but like almost 16% access the internet via broadband connection, which would imply a very slow speed. And it doesn't stop there. Sorry to highlight that, but it said that even though almost 93% of people all across the continent, so it's global statistics, have access to grid electricity, actually only 43% of Africans enjoy the supply of electricity that works most or all of the time. Meaning, most likely, even if in university and main cities you have access to high-speed internet, to stable 4G and electricity, this is not the case everywhere. So my question to you is, what can we do? Taking those limitations, taking those contrasts, what can we suggest? And so the first I would like to talk about are devices. How do we do XR with the devices we have? Basically, many of us do not own the latest high-end head-mounted displays, HMDs, as I say. But I bet like most of you today listening are owning smartphones. And this is probably the best device to start experiencing XR for us, but as well for anyone all across the continent. This is something you can bring to your sisters, uncle, nephews, and everyone. And in the past, what we've seen is that with just a simple cardboard viewer, we can transform these smartphones into virtual reality headset. Is it the best? Definitely not. It's not about chasing the most advanced technology, but it's really about making the best use of what we have. And in Africa, we have millions of smartphones which are ready to deliver XR experiences. But the cardboard would be a little bit like passed away. It's a faded trend. So what is it that we can do today? This is why I would like to introduce you to the product that Zapbox has delivered. I was super lucky to be one of the early testers on that project, to be an early founder of that project, of that campaign. But the idea is, how do you take a headset and transform it into a MR-ready headset? And so it's not just about putting your phone in a cardboard, but literally, can you experience mixed reality, virtual reality, through a smartphone? Which means like it's going to be a head-mounted display using your smartphone that comes up with controllers. And I see huge opportunities with this because it's basically designed for XR developers and artists, meaning people will be able to build things on that platform and share it all across the continent. But also, it's perfect for large-scale education, training, and even enterprise use. It's a very small device, basically require almost no maintenance, and it's easy to spread away. Last but not least, it's definitely an entry point for anyone who wants to experience mixed reality. To prepare this talk, I get the chance to talk with the founder of the company, which came up with very good news, as it now is coming with a lot of support towards Android devices, as well as supporting other technologies, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, making it like very affordable, because pricing is right now starting at $80, and I'm not advertising for them, just trying to showcase what would be another way to approach XR. But this price is high because right now there is a low demand. And I do believe that this device should be all across the continent so that we can start evangelizing and putting more XR experience in the hand of everyone. That being said, that's not just about the devices. Because as I said, most of us as developers, we are using Unity or Unreal, many other engines. And those are very demanding engines. But to be honest, when I develop using Unity, I do not just use Unity. I use a lot of other licensed softwares. For example, my IDE for development environment is Rider, and I pay a monthly license for it, or a more yearly license. And I got a lot of tools. So even getting into developing, because it's not just about experiences. Do we have creators? Do we have people that can build experiences? How do we educate more people? And doing it on Unity and Unreal is possible in some contexts if you have the right machines, if you have enough capabilities to do it and to download it, because it's several gigabytes to download the things. Doing it from a hotspot might not be the best thing. So how do we get started with software? How do we start developing XR experiences if we have low speed internet and we cannot afford to download 2 gigabytes? On that, the best starting point I see, and this is by far my favorite approach to XR, is WebXR. WebXR, and especially underneath WebGL, which is now coming into WebGPU, are examples of platforms that provide immersive experiences right through your web browser. And why does it matter? Because it allows us to bypass the need for FT hardware, those big machines, or high-speed downloads. Because those are web experiences. They can be as small as a website. They can be just a few kilobytes if you optimize them. And meaning we can then deliver interactive 3D experiences to anyone with a smartphone and a small internet connection. We don't need 5G to be delivering those experiences. Again, it's not the shiniest technology. No, you will not get reflection, perfect 3D images, and so on. But it's the one that makes XR accessible to the many, not the few. There are examples of frameworks that will let you do it. A-Frame is one example. Babylon.js is another one. And there are a lot of well-documented resources which could provide to anyone interested the necessary to start building XR experiences. I believe that the more creators we will have, the more the industry overall is going to look carefully at what is happening in Africa, making more devices available and eventually ending up in more investment in the infrastructure. Building XR experiences is not just about the code. And I would really like to insist that if you have a limited data volume, You also want to take care of which asset you use in your experience. Probably you cannot use like super high level, high quality models, but there is a way for you to download assets which are already available, or to design assets that will be lightweight. And the other starting point I would suggest on any XR experience that would need to be developed using the Nintendo philosophy would be to start developing in low poly. The main reason being it's going to be smaller files, which make it super easy to download and do not take a lot of bandwidth on your internet connection. And that's really important because it makes a huge difference if you have only 100 megabytes on your monthly subscription or even on your prepaid card. Then you're going to be really careful if you just try to load an XR experience that is 10 megabytes or just 1 megabytes, and you can come over and over. Last but not least, there is also engineers across the continent. There are also people building incredible XR experiences. And to do so far, it has been really hard to avoid the really super expensive machines. Those local machines are extremely powerful, allowing you to build advanced XR experiences, but how to make it available for more? How do you make sure that an engineer that is leaving a company or a school still can somehow develop and pursue his goals and experiences? So for that, what I do personally, when I started in the XR industry, I couldn't afford a new VR-ready computer. So I switched to cloud computing platforms, which basically allow me, and I am lucky to get a good internet here, but if you have a good internet connection, then those are extremely viable options because they do not require you to invest the several thousand euros or dollars into devices, but more you will be renting the services for when you need them, and they can scale to your needs. Obviously, the world is not perfect yet. And right now, this is an example of one provider which is leveraging AWS services. You can see that there is no presence over the continent. But it's going to come, and I'm confident that we will be able to use cloud computing all across. Especially know that I mentioned it on purpose. It's based on AWS services, which has already several data centers across Africa, which are not used for this specific usage. But the more we are there to ask for it, the better we will get access to it. And you, as XR leader, are already making it. You are already using this approach. We have seen today and yesterday amazing experiences that are built without huge fundings, without the hundreds of thousands of dollars that would be available to American, European, or Asian corporations. We have seen examples like Ultra Reality in South Africa, in Kenya, in Zen Education, and many other all across the continent, in Nigeria, in Ghana, and so on. And these examples, my friends, are evidence of our potential. They remind us that we are not merely dreamers. We are doers. We are doing already. We have been and we will continue to create unique and valuable experience using the resources available to us. And as soon as 5G come in, we will use it. As soon as more infrastructure will be available, we will use it. But remember, on our journey, it's not about reinventing the wheel. It's about using the wheel in a way that no one thought possible before. So we have the chance to apply this lateral thinking and innovate with the tool we have at hand. And it's not just about making the best with what we have, but also making it better. It's not about having the most advanced technology. It's about choosing the right tool for our context, for our needs, but also, and most importantly, for our audiences. Who do we want to bring with us into those XR world that we are building? And it's about lateral thinking with wider technology. So let's not focus on what we don't possess, the fact that we don't possess the most cutting edge technologies, devices, softwares, or development environment. Instead, let's be excited about the tools that we do have and that the myriads of ways that we can creatively use them to innovate in the XR space. To conclude, I would like to share you one small example on how I do personally apply this methodology, and so how I introduce my son to the world of XR. And yes, as simple as that. This is an augmented reality experience. And believe me, it was not requiring the best, latest technologies to do so. One more thing though, before I leave you. Did you know that the Legend of Zelda Tears of Kingdom game, which was released a few days ago, has already reached the selling point of 10 million copies? And this game got some really interesting backstory. It's not an XR game, but it holds a really valuable lesson for us. Despite not having cutting-edge visuals, the game has seen exceptional success. And it wasn't about its fancy technology. It was about the unique experiences it offered to its players. And this example, coming again from Nintendo, emphasized the power of prioritizing unique, engaging content over flashy technological advancement. So basically, success won't come from the most advanced technology, but from the most innovative minds. And I believe we are those minds that will bring XR to the next level. To conclude, I really want to insist on one other point. Let's not just build XR for Africa, but let's switch the mind. We build from Africa. And let's make together a narrative that resonates on the global scale. Thank you very much.
Amazing.
Fantastic, Sakar, as always. Yeah. I really appreciate you encouraging us all to use our creativity and the existing technology and infrastructure that we have. I think it's a great call to action for all of us and a reminder that, you know, as the space continues to evolve, we have plenty of opportunities to lean into what we have and use it to really provide an opportunity for others. So thank you for that message.
Any questions? I would love to go into more details and specificities. I wanted to make demos. I'm a geek, so I love coding, but I thought it has been a long day for a lot of people, so I keep it light. You can find me easily on LinkedIn, and I happily share with everyone.
Thank you, Sakar.
Awesome. So before you go, I have, I think, 2 questions for you. And first of all, I want to say thank you for using some of the data from the Africa XR report, a very important ecosystem document that we're able to put together, right? And I'm glad it's going places, right? So thank you so much for that insight. So my first question is, sorry, what are some of the initiatives or strategies you feel that can be implemented to ensure that those that are interested in getting started with XR on the continent are considered in terms of their diverse needs and abilities, right? So basically, how can we get more people into XR in terms of they are comfortable with their own environment, with kind of hardware they have, the kind of access to infrastructure they have, or access to internet? How can we really encourage that without breaking the bank?
So I've been teaching XR development, and what I see is really 2 aspects into that. So there is a first one: we need more people to experience XR just as that. So I would recommend like short programs and probably what Meta has been doing, but also doing it maybe out of just the realm of Meta, trying to experience other aspects of it. So really broaden the scope and have more people try it. I know that there are NGOs that are doing an amazing job, and I need to quote Studio Bahia as an example that is bringing Oculus Go all across the continent, and for very specific use cases around post-traumatic syndromes and providing education. Amazing job they're doing there. But what they're doing underneath is also like, this is how we could use XR technology for the greater good of everyone. And it helps educating. This is a technology that is available exactly like if you think about 20 years ago, this is what a phone could be helpful for in a village, in a community, or anywhere. So it's really about educating the overall population on one end, which will lead to the second point, which is we need more creators, and that was my message. You don't need the latest technology to be a creator. So you can literally go right now. If anyone is watching this, it means you already have anything you need to start building XR experiences, because you're watching it as a recorded video or you're looking at it as a live stream, meaning your internet is good enough so that you can just go on any web page and start building web XR. And really, this is really important. Start building things, because what you will build will define the future of XR from Africa. I love this thing so much. Like, we will see amazing things coming from the continent if people start building it and start releasing it, and releasing them. Let's be honest, the likelihood to make $1 million Quest 2 application is very low, but the likelihood to make billions of views from a WebXR experience, something that is really talking about the cultural heritage of Africa, that this is there. And this is there for me. So I would recommend all the schools, and we already have a lot of schools teaching web development. Okay, just add an extra module. This module would be WebXR. This is how we start getting more serious. And believe me, this is the more creators we have, the more we will raise attention from the big corporation, and we will get their interest, and they will make the necessary push to get the policies to move on and get the right infrastructure. And this is where we go. At least this is what I strongly believe in.
I agree, right? I don't know if you're able to catch Daniel's session, right? The amazing work he's doing with XR for arts and culture in Ethiopia. Right? For me, I believe we are changing the narrative. We are creating our own experiences that relate to our backgrounds and cultures, which is something unique, quite different from the Western world, right? So I believe with time we'll have enough skilled developers that will be creating amazing products. And that will also lead me to my second question. I was glad when you shared the insight about how some of the top XR companies, even though they have offices in Africa, right, are not actually serving the African market. What do you think can be done in terms of that, in terms of encouraging direct investment, direct, if possible, direct hardware productions on the continent, which would, in the long run, help reduce the cost of maybe importing an Oculus Quest set, maybe from the Amazon store way down to maybe Nigeria, for example.
Yeah. So on that, I have a very politically incorrect advice to give. So please do not record that part. Just kidding. I believe we should be building our own. So again, I do believe strongly in what Zapbox is doing. I believe I am an extensive user of the Meta headset, but I also try to make my own, ordering small pieces, 3D printing a headset. And maybe this is more tied to the African culture overall, the continent. I have seen that in Northern Africa, in Mali, where I'm from, in Southern Africa, everywhere people are building stuffs. And in the end, a headset is just a smartphone that is put into something that holds on your head. And I really want people to get that, because again, what those big tech companies usually are doing is they're just buying suppliers. They're just buying people that got good ideas, and they're making it at a larger scale. So maybe and this is just an open suggestion, but maybe we should come up with a company that starts thinking very simply on how should we build an African XR headset? What would it be like? And it's likely it's not going to be a Quest Pro. It's not even going to be like the Lynx or anything. It's not going to get like crazy lens, facial detection, whatever. Maybe not even end tracking. But do we really need that? Maybe not. And this is why I strongly believe in the missions and initiatives I see. I see a lot of Oculus Go. This is my favorite headset. And I see a lot of them in Africa. And whenever you look over the initiatives that are deployed, they're using those 3 DOF headsets, which are 5 years old, which is an amazing technology. And when I get the chance to put that on the head of people, I still have people that are amazed by the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. And they're like, oh, this is amazing. Come on, guys, this is just the background. This is not even the experience. But this is the reaction we have today in Europe. So meaning we still have a lot of stories to tell with very simple technologies. And I really want to insist on that.
Well said. Well said. If I will add also, we have Eden Labs from South Africa. They were able to build, should I say, one of the first VR headsets on the continent. It's called the Eden Labs Naka, if I'm correct. So it's a strapless, more like the remodeled Oculus Go, right? So you don't need to put a strap. You just hold it with a handle over your face. and they are targeting hospice care. So for those kids in the hospital that are in need of direct care and assistance, so those are their target market. And the headset, it's quite good, right? So we have like companies on the continent that are already building the infrastructure and hardware to support the next level of XR. And like you said, it doesn't need to be complicated. For me, the Oculus Go still works, right? As long as it's immersive, you don't need to hold any controller per se, right? You just have the headset and you're good to go. Right. So thank you so much for that feedback.
You're welcome.
Jennifer, you have any questions for roundup?
Well, I don't have any questions to extend out the time. I can definitely reach out to you with some thoughts I have, Sakar. But once again, I just want to say thank you for being kind of that voice of reason, maybe for those of us that want to build the biggest and best thing. I know you do too, right? That we can possibly build. Sometimes it's good to hear that message in terms of we can do that, and we can also start with what we've got and get it as broadly deployed as possible. So once again, just thank you for that message and for that reminder, even for myself, that sometimes the best solutions utilize what we already have. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you very, very soon. A lot of stuff to do together. I would be glad to also have you for the Launchpad, right? And your experience and insight will be very good for the budding XR creators on the continent.
Happy to participate.
Thank you so much. Yeah, cheers.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we did it, guys. We did it. Yeah, day two is checked. All right. Thank you so much for staying on the stream. Like, I know it's a lot, but I want to say a very big thank you for the comments, for the feedback, and for listening to the amazing keynote speakers, founders that are making an impact with XR for good. Right. And I want to thank the amazing team, Jennifer, the guys in the back end, for the amazing support so far. Right. Tomorrow is the last day of the summit, and it's purely dedicated to panel sessions. And then I'll be sharing like some of the, if you permit me, what to expect for tomorrow in terms of the sessions. And yeah, oh, it's actually loading. Yeah, so same YouTube channel, right? It will be streamed also across LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter. And the panelists have a lot to share, I must say. The first session for tomorrow will be on XR and storytelling and exploration of creative possibilities. I'll be moderating that session, and we'll be having panelists like Mariela Hilton from Studio Mars, my very good friend who is trending everywhere, Walid Kilonzi from Followhide in Kenya, and also Matthew, also from Alabastic here in Nigeria. The second panel session will be focused on the Atlantic Institute team, and also they'll be sharing community develop AR, bringing us together when we are apart. And then we'll be having the third session on building an inclusive XR ecosystem, very interesting one, strategies for strengthening diversity and inclusivity. We'll be having Rose Ashford, Lynn, Alice, and also Max doing amazing work also in Uganda. And the last session for the day for tomorrow is how XR and Web 3.0 can amplify Africa's creativity for meaningful social impact, right? So we'll be having Michael Oscar from the Africa Communicate team, Lorna, Alex, and also Joba. So try as much as possible not to miss the amazing sessions for tomorrow. Jennifer, any last words?
Just looking forward to another great day. It's been 2 days of amazing perspectives and content, and tomorrow's panelists will bring the same. So look forward to seeing you, Arame, and everyone else tomorrow as we start to talk with our panelists about how we bring this forward.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for being an amazing co-host. And I want to say thank you also to the audience for sparing us their time to listen to these amazing creators and keynote speakers. See you all tomorrow, and Godspeed, and have a very, very lovely day wherever you are, and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Cheers.